This jaunty bard carrying on.
Yeah, guys, welcome Monday. We are going to pick up right where you left off and dive right in. That being said, last we left off, and actually, let me just double check one more fucking thing here because I'm all nervous every time I change my speaker outputs. My defaults and my streaming service changes. I just want to make sure my audio is correct. I'm sorry. That should be good. Worst case scenario, someone will tell me what's going on. Okay, cool. So last we left off, we had pushed our way past this mysterious ziggurat that seems to be very much Seth-oriented. Upon opening up a chest, getting covered in this goo, attracting every serpentine kind of situation in that area, a battle ensued. Snakes got their heads cut off, stomped on, slit open, the whole nine. After battle, a unconscious Senra laid on the side of a horse as she came to, little by little. Be it willingly or not willingly. As that was happening below the ziggurat, on the top of the ziggurat, there seemed to have been a little bit of a a funny situation that happened at the top of the ziggurat, inside of a giant bowl with a fairly large basketball-sized emerald in it. That's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, effectively been shattered unexpectedly by the back and forth tug of war that was entertaining, to say the least. After shattering and placed into a bag, you continued your way towards the docks, or at least what you expected to be the docks, from where you saw that ship that had that mysterious cloaked figure. After making your way to the docks, there seemed to have been this person standing there, waiting for you with this big, enormous fucking sword. After a little bit of talking back and forth, clearly stated his intentions of following orders that would be dead ends orders to kind of eliminate the issue, leaving a note behind for you to read directly from Dead End himself, indicating that this is not over by any stretch. You took away his home, and he's going to take away yours. Which left us into combat. Kaith took a massive smack upon her unconsciousness. This symbol that was burned into her chest by Edgar seemed to have self-stabilized her. Oscar and Kavul skirmishing in the trees, unbeknownst to Oscar, getting double ganked by a short sword in his kidneys, falls over.
Not my kidneys.
Oh yeah, it was pretty sweet. With a little
Good
bit
thing
of
I don't drink.
a little bit of a chokehold in there too.
Oh, that's hot.
You fucking broke my concentration, you prick. But yeah, so all that happened. Big battle, a lot of blood, and with a final bluff by our dear friend Fate here, shooting a boomerang arrow, nailing the final stroke and the death of this hired champion, with a assassin kind of just running into the trees, saying "nana, nana." So, after searching the docks, a mysterious item was found by our dear friend Oscar. An item for which drew some concerns from some party members. And that's where we start our session for today on the beach side, with a fist hitting a magical shield and a little bit of back and forth banter, a question of morality A difference in opinion. A ideology of what is right and what is wrong ensues as the sun slowly creeps towards the horizon, dimming the sky just slightly. Not quite evening, not quite sunset, maybe about an hour or two until then. But nevertheless, the sky turning more of a goldeny color as it peers through the tropical setting you guys are in. Some gulls can be heard squawking as they fly around, some landing on the ship that seems to be empty at this dock. Take it away.
So are we going just from right when Oscar was receiving the attack?
I mean, we could take it to maybe a minute or two after that, sure, if you want.
No, I'm cool with doing it right from that point.
Okay.
Yeah, I attacked
And
last, so you could lead first, I think. That's fair.
yeah, okay. So for those of you that are like unconscious and on the beach, you guys just saw Senra swing out, and sort of at the moment of impact, a shimmering barrier appears right at Oscar's face, and like the inertia pushes his face a bit, uh, and the hand stops, and Senra repositions himself. Oscar backs away, clutching the box, and then pulls out his rapier and says, "What the? Get away from me, Senra! I've had enough of this bullshit, Senra. I don't know what's wrong with you, but I have done nothing to deserve this crap. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the disrespect, the harsh words, the judgments, the little klepto over there. You fucking trying to shit on every single thing. I'm, you won't, you won't take this. Not this. Not this." And he's just standing with his arm outstretched with the rapier facing Senra. "Don't come any closer, Senra. I don't want to have to fight you."
Quick question for point of clarity. The egg was left in a box, and you were backing away from that?
No, I'm holding the box.
Yeah,
The egg isn't that
it's
big.
like a shoeboxy kind of
Okay.
situation.
Okay, so I pictured a bigger one, so that's why I was asking.
Yeah, there's a cage that was next to it that looks like it could fit a small creature, but the egg itself is kind of like in a linen-lined, padded, like shoeboxy type of situation.
Gotcha. Thank you. Nothing's wrong with me, foolish child. You need to stop and
here
actually
it comes.
think.
Children. There's always children with you. I
Are you
don't know
gonna
how
keep
old you are,
blabbing
Senra.
or actually listen?
Listen. Sure. Let's hear what you gotta say after you just tried
You
to
haven't
attack
done
a
that
party
at
member.
all. Every time anybody's tried to give you advice, you disregard it. You seem to not care that people here are giving you advice that'll help you live. Take that damn thing off your finger. And I wouldn't have any issue at all about you having that egg. I have an issue because you have that damn thing on your finger. And I've said that multiple times. People here have said that multiple times. She's going to start taking steps forward, but I'm not going to let you. I'm not willingly going to let you corrupt something still in its womb with necromancy.
Why would I
You're
corrupt it
afraid
with
to
necromancy?
lose some power. It's killing you by your finger. It's going to kill you eventually. I know this because it's already happened to those of my people. It's something that's afflicted many of us, and we've had to deal with. So, no, that's not going to stand. I'm not saying that you need to give it to me. I'm saying you need to give it to someone else. Give it to Cal. Give it to Cave. Give it to anybody else except for you until you get that damn thing off. Because what are you going to do if that thing does birth and it comes out black and diseased and dead? Then all your dreams are gone, aren't they? Are you willing to risk that?
Senra, you don't know what you're talking about. If just being around me would corrupt something, then everyone around me already would be. I have already told you, and I've already made it clear that it's contact with the ring that causes any type of thing, and it only has the one effect.
You're talking like someone who's obviously never handled a newborn. You can't do it one-handed. You're going to use both hands eventually, whether you mean to or not. So there's going to be contact. That's how it's going to happen, and you're going to corrupt it, and it's probably going to come out blackened and diseased.
So your whole thing is that while it's incubating, why would I need? So one, this isn't a child. This is an egg. So I wouldn't need to cradle it in such a way. I can make do with just while keeping it within the box. Also, you want to know what can solve that problem? A glove, Senra. Here's the thing. You always think that you have everything
You think a
thought out.
glove
You always
would have
think that
helped
your
you
point
with
of
this thing
view.
that's consuming the life force from your hand?
It's consuming it from being connected to my hand, Senra.
Yeah, and if it's taking your life away, a glove's not going to help.
Senra, it's the needle. This ring has a needle, and it's the needle that causes the life transference. So unless I'm stabbing something with the needle, nothing will happen.
Are you willing to honestly bet someone else? The only salvation, as you say. Are you willing to bet that on a chance that you're actually right? Because there have been plenty of things that you felt confident about before and been wrong about. As have I. As has everybody else. Well, this is stupid and pointless. We're broken individuals, all of us. No, and she's gonna start to draw both her weapons. I'm not letting you take that thing and corrupt it like those bitches, like that motherfucker worships did to me and my people.
I don't give a shit about your baggage, Senra. Fuck off. This has nothing to do with you.
Except for your baggage.
Stop exerting me and all of us in your fucking just hate lust.
That's what you think it is? That's lovely. It's very one-sided. Thank you for the
like everything you're saying about me.
So, Cal, you're hearing all of this. As you are present for this, there seems to be a clear rift between two of your party members in regards to their perspectives on the morality of what's happening here, the differences of right and wrong, and what's the right thing to do. What does Cal or Azar think about any of this?
Azar, being the younger squire, even though he's coming into his own, just kind of stays back and lets Cal step forward. Cal is listening to their words and the description a little bit more of the ring, because he doesn't know really what the ring is doing other than it seems to be evil. He steps forward and first asks Senra, who was it that destroyed your people?
It was long ago. She's known as the Raven Queen. She points. Well, actually, I wouldn't know that Kavul was a thing because Demon Baby. Yeah. It's a long fucking story. I'll sum it up really quick. She tried to ascend to godhood, and she fucking failed. So all those that supported her were cursed. So I'm going to die because she fucked up, and so therefore I'm born into this cursed existence, like this thing, in this egg, that fucker's now carrying around, is going to do to it.
So wait a minute, what's in the egg?
It's
I think it's a pseudo dragon, based on from what I've seen in the past, and based on the books that I've studied. And he's keeping the rapier pointed towards Senra. I recently acquired a book specifically about bonding with familiars, raising familiars, stuff like this. And this egg looks very familiar to what I've seen from the books and from what I remember from what my father showed me years ago. So I think it's a pseudo dragon.
What hand is your rapier in, out of curiosity?
My rapier is in the left hand, the one with the ring.
With the ring, okay. Just curious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so you're worried that he's going to touch the egg or touch what's in the egg with the ring?
If either of you have actually helped raise children before, then yes, it's going to happen eventually. I'm worried about his contact with it is going to corrupt it and either kill it, or it's going to come out far, far worse than it currently is.
Senator,
Either
I have a
deformed
question for you.
or dead.
Why do you care? You don't seem to care about anything else's life, ever. Why is it about? I understand why I care about the pseudo dragon, but why do you? Why is it this thing? You haven't seemed to care about, Kavul having carrying around that thing. You haven't cared about me being in contact with anyone else here. So why is it that just in this situation where it's something that I care about, you have to stick your nose into it?
The lives I've cared about and helped save in my own way have not always been in your vision. I'm sure that's tough for you to acknowledge because you're a bit self-centric, but that's actually the reality going on here.
Really convenient to say I'm self-centric when I don't think I can't think of a single person here who doesn't put their goals and activities prior to anything else. You especially.
I mean, that's basically what I've been doing the entire time, that I've been following you lot around. I've had my own goals of getting on that boat since we left the damn capital, Cal. And it was trying to find a fix for this damn thing that's going to kill me. And we haven't gotten anywhere close to that. I haven't brought it up because of the more pressing things, such as saving people that are being thrown into slavery. And look, there's a boat sailing off in the distance for that now.
Yeah,
Because
speaking of that, can we sail this boat? Is it ready to go?
Get a single direction and stick to it. You have to go off every side venture that you even find.
What are you trying to find?
Some type of cure. Hopefully so won't die.
Okay. So how do you know we haven't been going on it? If you don't have a set destination, it's not like we're going on a side path. We're just wandering around.
Yeah, but why are you going to wander around when there's people that are literally going to be thrown into slavery or killed? Probably both, honestly.
Well,
We've been
we
working
didn't
on
know
that,
about that
but we have a
until
boat right there.
now. For one, we didn't know that. Also, just because
That's the
we
whole
put
reason we're on this
ourselves
island.
in a position to help these people doesn't mean that it's our responsibility. This is all goodwill.
It's kind of
You
becoming
can't-
my responsibility.
It doesn't really help your case when you flaunt your goodwill and then backstep on it by saying, oh, we don't actually have to do that, we're just doing it because we're so good. The thing about doing good is you do it because it's good, not to get your own personal recognition for it.
I haven't asked for any recognition. Now you're just mixing and meshing things up. All I said was we save these people out of goodwill, so it's not our responsibility to keep doing it. I haven't asked those people for anything. Only person I'm interested there is Mr. Edgar, just because we can share arcane knowledge, and I went to the whole town just to see if he can, help my disability.
Cutting to the point and just sort of ignoring Oscar at this point, Cal, do you think it's actually a good idea to have this thing? If there's a fraction of percent that I'm right, do you think it's actually safe? For the thing itself?
I think it is, but we should do something else if that was the case. Make sure that it's not touched. However, he's going to look to Azar, and then he's going to look over to Oscar, and would they be similar in size for, like, say, a glove?
What do you mean? I'm sorry?
Well, because one of the things that was brought up was making Oscar wear a glove over the ring.
Okay, and what glove are we speaking about here?
Well, part of the outfits and stuff would just be basic gloves. So
Are you talking
both,
about the people that you've killed?
No, Azar's glove.
I'm talking about Azar.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I see why not.
I'm pretty sure Cal would be a little bit too big for Oscar.
Oscar's 6 feet.
So
Or is he 5'10"? He's one of those two.
you're a 6-foot twig, is what you are.
Essentially, like he's lean.
Actually, now that I think about it, that might be a better idea. So you know what? I'm going to take off my left glove, and I'm going to say, here, put this on, and if you like, we can have Azar carry that until it's closer to hatching for you, so that you don't have to worry about it.
Oscar backs away and gets some distance from Senra. He sheaths his rapier and grabs the glove. He'll like bend down, place the box down, and like slip the glove on, and then continue to hold the box. I'm perfectly fine with taking extra measures. I was already looking to try to study some more into the ring to try to curb some of curb its bad side effects. So that I'm
I
perfectly
think that's
fine.
more than bad side effects. It looks like it's making you undead.
Exactly is my point.
You do look at
Well-
your finger, Oscar, and from where the band is up, it does appear, before you put your glove on, of course, it does appear as if your finger is going semi-necrotic. But we don't know if that's necrotic, like a full-on medical necrosis versus a magical necrosis. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like your finger has a mind of its own, right?
Yeah. It looks haggard. It looks like I have the finger of like an 89-year-old man, and like it's like sag and maybe grayed out a little bit, and like you can see the veins going. It don't look good.
But
I mean,
it'd look quite a bit worse if it's looking like it might be going necrotic. You're talking like black or tendrils of black.
was that frog that is good? Oh, that's under. What? So, is that an apt description of it, frog?
Yeah, however you want to flavor the concept of necrosis, I'm totally okay with it.
Okay, but yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. If anything else, since this is of concern, if you're worried about magic, well, we have a pair of magic gloves that no one's using. I could
Would
just
the
ask.
magic gloves do anything for it?
I mean, as it's a magic item, it can't be destroyed by normal means. The way this ring works is by injecting the needle into something. So that means the needle won't be able to stab through. The needle won't even be able to touch anything. The ring won't be able to touch anything because it'll be in the glove, and it can't stab through the magic item.
Well, as long as we can keep on checking your hand, I've been trying to keep an eye on that and having Azar look every once in a while, just to make sure that whatever's happening to your finger isn't moving up your arm.
I've been treating it with some holy water that I've had for a while, but I'm probably gonna have to get a new supply. The effects are decreasing on the what I have now, so I should probably get some fresh holy water.
Am I coming through now?
Okay.
Were you saying something, Senra?
Yeah, I'm having audio issues apparently. Trying to fix it.
Okay, well, just be careful with that thing. So anyway, there's a ship out there that is currently going back to the village that we've been based out of. I think we should hurry up and catch it.
Sure, let's check out the ship. It's
Hello.
a smaller one.
Yeah, we
What's
hear
up?
you, Senra.
Okay, thanks.
Loud and clear. So,
What did I miss?
So you
nothing
didn't
really.
hear what we were just saying? We were just
No, like the last minute basically. I had audio problems.
So I was like, since the whole thing is about the ring touching something, or my hand with the ring touching something, rather than worrying about a normal glove, why don't I just use the magic gloves? Because as a magic item, it can't be destroyed through typical means. So there's no way that the ring and or the needle of the ring can touch something.
I can settle for that compromise.
So, quick question: is everybody up and standing, or do we still
No.
have people knocked out?
Keith is still.
Kate
is still out.
Yeah, she's out for I think an hour.
I think
was
it was
3 hours. She says 3 hours.
Yeah, it was 3. You rolled it a 3.
Okay.
And just for
So in
whatever
that case,
for whatever it's
ahead.
worth, Oscar, I intended to knock you out and have this discussion at a more peaceful gathering than making it aggressive. Although I doubt it, you believe me. And she'll sheathe her weapons and start walking towards the ship.
You march up towards the ship, past Agnor. Agnor just stands there, like silent this whole time, as you kind of almost touch shoulders with Agnor. He just follows you with his eyes, like, holy shit, that bitch is not joking. And kind of just leaves you to your own thoughts as you approach the ship, which is where Fate's currently investigating and looking at. So Fate, you're checking out, you step up to the docks, and there's a variety of random things on the dock, mostly food supplies and wares, some fresh water, things of that nature. You make your way up to the ship. It seems to be, a single-mast ship. Nothing too incredible, but, it's seaworthy, as you recognize.
Nice. Is it going to have room for a horse?
Yeah, it's not meant for livestock, so you might have to makeshift some sort of holding pen for the horse, for Applejack. But that's up to you.
You can tie Applejack to the mast, right?
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
Fantastic. Now, Kaith, as you're passed out, you guys mentioned this glove. You guys would all know that Kaith tends to keep all of her shit in her bag. So I don't know how you plan to work that one out. But
didn't Azara heal her?
Azara walked up to heal her. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I must have missed that. Was it in tech?
Yeah, I put it in text, but I was because Senra was talking at the time.
100%. Yes. You get 11 health restored to you, Kaith, as you wake up.
I just set up and said, "Hey guys."
Welcome back.
Did she wake up in the middle of that whole discussion with air quotes, or like at the end of it?
It would have been at the end of it.
Towards the end, it seems.
Okay.
Once Cal realized that there's people that aren't awake.
So you want what?
I want to use Eldon's gloves.
But they're Eldons.
Well, Eldon. Actually, I'm pretty sure Yeah, no, that's right. Sorry, I was thinking something else. Eldon said to take the exact wording I don't fully remember, but he did say to do our best to survive and to feel free to take the stuff he had gathered. Like someone else stole his bag before I was able to do that because I had gotten so stuck up and upset, and so by then the looters had taken it, but he did say that we can use what he gathered, so I don't think he'd have a problem with that.
There's also a chance that those gloves might be able to stop the evil magic from the ring that's stuck on his finger from messing with other things.
Yeah, and for a point of order, then we would have waited until this whole thing finished.
Okay.
Before going to the ship.
Roger. All right, Kaith, hearing Oscar's reasoning, how does Kaith respond?
Not sure about... Wait, so you're saying if I let you borrow a glove, it'll stop the magic?
I mean, it'll make it so that while I'm wearing the glove, I can't the needle and the ring can't come in contact with anything else. So it'll make it so that any influence the ring could have on something outside of me would be sealed until the glove is off.
My concern is that the ring is going to corrupt the egg that he's holding. I assume she's seen it by now.
She would see the box.
Yeah, which is in that box. And there's a running theory that a glove on his hand may help protect against that. And the only one we have that's actually a bit better made and more magically resilient are the ones that Eldon left behind.
So, being Kate's not aware that the glove itself is magic. I'll agree. But what's in the box?
Oscar has a firmer grip on the box. You're not stealing this.
Not trying to steal anything. I just want to know what's in the box.
I'm pretty sure it's a pseudo dragon egg.
Can I see it?
I'm gonna be real honest with you.
Let me see it.
You're about tied for
Oscar!
the person in the immediate area that I want to see this the least. I'd even let Kavul see it before you
Who's that?
right now.
So at this point,
Oh
Kate
yeah,
is
who's that?
Kate is
Ko,
jumping
what
up and
now?
down. Yeah, she's jumping up and down. She's like, "Come on, Oscar, let me see it."
Okay. The last time I let you see something, it shattered into 100 pieces.
See, that's the problem. You didn't let me see it. That's why it shattered into a lot of pieces.
See it? I was trying to prevent you from robbing me.
Oscar,
wasn't
she's going to
robbing
see it
him.
eventually. You may as well just do it now so we can move along.
Oscar's like, here, I'll show you what it looks like. And he uses his free hand to use minor illusion to make an image of the egg.
Absolutely, and you do so with pretty relative perfection.
And I'll make it spin too.
I don't want to see the magic. I want to see the egg.
All right, stay 10 feet away. He opens up the box and pulls away some of the blankets to show the egg, and then he closes it and once again clutches the box, afraid of what curious Kate might do.
So she's just gonna stand on her tippy toes and try to peek at it. Ooh, that's pretty. So the glove is gonna save the egg.
That's the theory. I would like to get some more professional advice once we find someone that can do that. But for now, I'm willing to concede.
Are you sure Eldon would be okay with this?
Eldon seemed to cherish life, so I think this would be up his alley.
Okay, so she's gonna reach in her bag and, dig down deep and look for the glove. So after finding, she'll reluctantly give it over.
Oscar reaches out, grabs the glove. Thanks. And he backs away again, places the box down, and puts this glove on, and then picks up the box. Okay. Well, we were gonna go save those people again, I guess.
I think that's the idea. Then show 180 and start walking towards the ship.
Awesome. Let's go in with a little bit of side things here. Kaith, give me a Constitution saving throw, as well as let's go with history check. Nice rolls, but those were whispered, so you may want to fix that.
Oh shit!
She rolled a 16 for her con save and a nat 20 for her history.
Forgot I still had that on. Sorry, guys.
So right off the bat, your chest, you feel a circle over between your breasts where the symbol, the keloid scar is of the burns that were encrusted or entrusted onto you, or engraved onto you, however you wish to explain it. It's you could feel like a counterclockwise swirling. It feels as if there's a miniature fire that's just dancing on your chest in circles, like a tire of sorts. It just keeps on going round and round and round. Doesn't do any damage, but it definitely feels uncomfortable, to say the least.
So can I see it happening?
It doesn't show any light. This is just what you feel.
Okay.
That being said, as you put your hand on top of it, you recall something. After being smashed by a very large sword, I think it was like 3 times in a row,
Yep.
when everything went dark to you, you recall light. And as you were falling through this light, as if you were falling off a cliff downwards, in like a void of nothingness, but just this light. Right before you fell into the arms of some sort of humanoid is when you wake up. And based off of your nat 20 roll here, I'm going to say that you swear you recall the image of Eldon as if he was getting ready to catch you.
Are you trying to make me cry?
Most likely.
I assumed you were going to see Eldon shaking his one fist in the air saying, "Damn, my gloves!"
What fist?
Exactly.
Yeah, he lost both hands.
His fucking little stumps. So, Keith, do with that information as you see fit. All right. Moving back onto the task at hand. So, as a little bit more just back and forth banter goes on, Keith having this realization, Fate kind of checking out the ship, Cal and Azar getting Applejack ready for boarding. As you all start making your way towards the ship, you hear...
Oh yeah. That guy.
I forgot about him.
Yeah, that guy. Said was going to jump up and
why
help
were we
Fade
keeping
out.
him along? Why are we carrying that guy around?
Haven't we killed enough people?
We got information out of him, and it's not good to kill somebody who's helpless.
I mean,
I
I
was
guess.
about to say, go ahead, put
Amputated 2 people.
a sword in his hand. He's coming right for us.
How did you know what I was gonna do?
Oscar will walk up to him, and then, pull off the gag part off, and then back away. Hey,
I thought you were gonna leave me.
no, never, guy. So, let me ask you something real quick. What would you be more likely to survive if we left you on this island with dinosaurs and fairies and giant bugs
Trolls.
and snakes and trolls? Or would you be more likely to survive if you tagged along on this boat ride with us and then, did everything we said?
As he kind of thinks for a minute. Are you gonna... Do you wish to deal me harm?
I mean, your friends are
So, like,
going
redeem
out to
yourself.
go kill some people we know. So,
Why don't you roll a persuasion, Oscar?
okay.
And versus my shitty ass deception, or insight rather.
All right, I'll just pull up my sheets. That is not my campaign. That is not my campaign. That is not my campaign.
Yeah, I added visibility to all the campaigns.
All right. You said persuasion. Boom.
I mean, for free? You expect me to work for free? I mean, I'd be more than happy to join you. I'm really great at... I can cook. I can make sure things are clean. I just require, a modest wage at least. If you're willing to do that, I mean that's how I got here in the first place, right? Like, they were paying me and they told me to do things, and I did them. I was just doing my job, I could do that job for you.
You see, the saying "I was just doing my job" when you're working for slavers it's not really a good look, buddy.
Hey,
Guys, what do you?
it's a rough
Don't
world
say
these
it's a
days.
living. Don't say it's a living. It's making other people not a living. The people you worked for capture people as slaves and then kill them and sell them to a necromancer. So like, it's almost an unliving at that point.
I don't, but that's not my fault. I mean, how else am I supposed to survive? How else am I supposed to send my wages to my child? And you know, like how I
Guys,
gotta do. I have to do what I gotta
this one
do.
has a child.
From the ship, Senra's gonna call out, "We're leaving soon. Get on, or I can stay behind."
All right, Oscar grabs like the end of the rope and starts dragging him.
Uh,
All right, come on, can someone help this?
But-
We're gonna.
But
He's gonna.
he kind of gets pulled with you.
All
All right, make it onto the ship.
A
What?
couple minutes before, when Senra got on the ship, she's gonna go up to Fate and just be like, "So, I don't know. What can I do to help out, get this thing going?"
Let's load some of this food up here. That's on the dock, and we'll set sail.
Okay.
Yeah, you have your pick of it, right? I mean, there's crates. Let me shit. I'll even do this. There's 19 crates of assorted types of foods, from dried fruit to nuts to like a fish jerky to even just some herbs for cooking, things of that nature. It just seems to be a random variety of you know, long-lasting shelf foods of sorts.
Maybe we can restock rations.
Yeah, go ahead.
Consider.
Absolutely, you have your pick of it too. There is 3 full barrels of fresh water as well.
How about you
Definitely taking all that.
use one of your daggers, mark the back boxes and barrels you want on, and I'll bring them in. I know you got other stuff on the ship to check. I don't want to keep you from it. You know what we need, so whatever.
All right, I'm gonna dash all the food and water, and we also gotta check the sword that guy had that we killed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a finely intricate. It's definitely well made. It doesn't seem to be much more than a well-made greatsword. It just has notches on the right where the hilt meets the tang. It's got notches in on it.
At this point, as I'm starting to get these boxes off from the pier, the ones that are marked, onto the ship, how far is the other ship that we originally saw in the distance?
I mean, over the course
Like,
of
is it
time,
still there?
it's if it was there, it's really far into the distance. If not, kind of around the bay, and would have broke line of sight.
Okay.
Yeah, this section of the island, and I'll even pop the map up as well, just to verify real quick. 1 second.
And around that time, as she gets the last box loaded up, she's gonna make that call out that she did
Yeah,
before.
so you guys are generally like right around this part here, so it's like a lot of rocky shoals you got to navigate through and shit like that. Little mini islands and whatnots.
Mhm.
All right, dudes. So Fate, what you're checking out the sword? Anything in particular?
Nope, and I'll show it to our little buddy there, our magic guy, and see if it's magical, and if not, it's coming with us to sell.
Egnor goes to the sword and is like, really? You can't tell a simple... I mean, granted, it seems to be well made, but how do you not know this is not magical? Like, waste my time with this? Like, come on, we gotta go.
Hey, Edgar, I got time you can do a spell. Help me get these last boxes. They're heavy.
Yeah, so... Manual labor's kind
Chop
of
chop
not my
now is
thing.
the thing that I'm saying, and she'll intimidate if she needs to.
Sure, roll an intimidation, absolutely.
The character sheet. 21.
Yeah, let me roll just in case. Oh, doesn't matter. Natty 1. All right, fine. Jeez, and he looks for the smallest and lightest thing he can carry.
I already got the small one, so now it's like the 2x2s where you need someone on the other side. Like the
Hold
water
on.
barrels, basically.
He grabs one side, and I'm guessing you're grabbing the other.
Yeah.
He grabs the other. He grabs one side. You grab the other. You lift up in tandem. 1, 2, 3, go. And he fucking fumbles it. Oh shit! And it kind of rolls over. It doesn't tip over, and the barrel doesn't smash open. There's a small little, like, a little bit of fresh water kind of pops out as it rolls a little bit. Sorry. Come on, this is not my
Use your
forte.
knees.
Usually,
okay.
I command people to do this kind of stuff. And then with a little bit extra time and patience, he takes, bends at the knees, straightens his back up, and kind of helps you bring it in. It takes a little bit of time, I would say, to get everything stocked up and good to go, as well as making the horse ready for travel. Let's just say that takes about an hour.
And loading up whatever weapons and stuff like that we can find.
Absolutely. What's Kaith doing with this?
She's just watching everybody do all the work, I guess. There's not much she really can do. She can't really help lift anything. Just, processing what she saw, trying not to cry. But yeah, so she's just probably just going to go up on the deck and just supervise, I guess.
Sure thing. You can absolutely find a shadowy spot as you're small enough.
If someone looks around the pier and the dock and everything, is that like a dock house for records, logs, potentially?
Negative. This seems to be just the dock
Simple.
itself. Yeah, it's very crude in nature. It doesn't seem to be something well thought out. It's just more of an access point.
They might have something in the captain's quarters.
Sure. You head into the captain's quarters. It's just nothing more than a cot. Even the
I don't think of that because I was just looking immediately as I was loading stuff up.
Oh, I was talking to Cal.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, that was just an out of character thing. I'm busy with the horse, the armor, and gathering weapons.
Gotcha. Speaking of armor, so you're eyeing up that armor. You try to put it on. It doesn't fit you. It seems to be a little. It seems to fit someone a little bit thinner than you. It doesn't make it impossible to wear. It just means you might have to get it worked on.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing there's a blacksmith back in the town that we're going to.
Absolutely.
Maybe.
If you let Oscar know, he could also, given the right tools, do it.
Consider that one.
All right. Roll me an animal handling check there, Cal.
All right. Outside of that, did we finish grabbing everything from like the dead champion and stuff like that?
Yes, I believe you all did.
Did he have like a pouch or anything?
Yep, and he has some coin in it too. I forgot how much coin I gave you. I told you to write it down last week. I think it's in the chat.
I don't
think you gave
doesn't look
us.
like any.
I don't.
Yeah,
think
we didn't bring up looting him because immediately afterwards
because drama
was the-
happened.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So he has 74 gold,
Nice.
60 silver, and 99 copper. In his pouch. He seems to be a very successful contract killer.
Not anymore.
So outside of his plate armor, he has that great sword. He did have. Oh, let me bring up his sheet again. 1 sec. Please hold.
All right. Let me, because I just realized I never did that, so I would do that
So,
now.
yeah, definitely plate armor. Definitely a great sword. He has a short bow with a quiver. Let's say his quiver has 20 rounds in it. 20 arrows in it, rather. He has a helmet that comes with his plate, as they normally do. Heavy boots, heavy gloves, which once again also comes with the plate armor, basically. He does have a handkerchief. As you took his shit off to try to put it on you, realizing that it's just a little bit too snug for you to get it fully on, there was this handkerchief that fell out of it fell out onto the floor, onto the beach sand, and it's like a black and red kind of, I don't know, like a crocheted thing.
Are there any symbols or anything on it?
Nope.
Like a fair and dainty thing compared to all his tough exterior?
Basically.
Okay.
Yes, correct. Absolutely correct. But no, it just seems to be a crocheted, looks like a handkerchief. No initials, no nothing. It's just a handkerchief.
I'll put it back on his body.
Sure. Are you leaving him for the vultures?
Out of character, because I wasn't here. How honorable did he seem to be?
Well, he said,
Only so until it was not his advantage.
yeah, he said, "Oh, come on, just me against y'all," and then there was an assassin hiding in the back. So, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Basically, he called us out and then let the assassin attack, and then called us chickens for not going 1v1 after the assassin attacked. It was really weird.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for the vultures, or the dinosaurs, or the trolls.
I'm on the ship. I don't know anything. Never mind.
Okay. After, once again, about an hour and a half, just to getting everything going on here, the sun is now on the horizon as you begin to sail directly off. This ship ride, pending any kind of complications.
Oh, as we're heading out, do we have any line of sight on the other ship that we came in on?
Give me a perception with disadvantage, because I know how far it is, but let's see if you can tell.
Oh. Perception. 11.
With the twinkling on the ocean, as the sun begins to set, on the horizon, on the ocean, you see the full-on horizon. So you see literally the stars to one side of the sky as it darkens, and the sun on the other side as it's going down. So it's an interesting kind of contrast between light and dark. But you were unable to see any ships at the moment.
Okay.
So this ship ride will take about 2 to 3 days, pending weather, pending storms, pending any kind of interactions. You guys have at least 2 days of downtime. So here is what's going to happen. Starting with Oscar. Day 1. What are we doing, Oscar?
So once I find myself like even if it's like just like one of the storage rooms, just a place that's sort of like away, and like
So
I can like
the belly of the ship, and just to give more context, it's a smaller ship, just a one mast. It does have a storage section, but it's not walled off. This is not like a galleon ship. This is just a simple cargo hold ship. The sleeping arrangements is nothing more than a couple of hammocks from the ribs of the innards of the ship as they sway back and forth as the ship rocks on the ocean.
Okay. Then Oscar's gonna like sort of like gather up, like move some of the crates around and sort of like and go into like a corner or something, like make himself like a little like spot in the corner, and set down the box with the egg, and he's going to take out a few things, one of which is the book on familiars and how to raise them, how to bond with them, that type of stuff that he got from Mr. Edgar.
I remember that. Yep.
The one that belonged to his dad originally.
Yep.
He's gonna take that out, and he's taken looks and stuff at it since, like some cursory reading. But as he was studying other things and he didn't have a familiar yet, he'd only gone over, like used it to refresh the knowledge he had from before. So he's gonna go a little more in depth now that the situation is upon us. And he's also gonna take out the the spell scrolls and the materials Like he's essentially taking inventory. So he's like taking out the spell scrolls that we've gathered up, as well as um the magical materials I gathered, which I believe pretty much they were only the the branches from those wood woads.
Yep.
And he's essentially sitting down thinking, uh and then he's gonna take off the glove, and he's gonna look at the ring. He's like, all right, I got three things I have to look into. I gotta study
So
for the egg,
as you're looking
look
at the
into
ring, I
this.
got to interject for a moment here. As you're looking
Okay.
at the ring, once again, your finger, day over day, slowly, because that's a word, slowly and slowly, it's like turning more and more necrotic, as you know. At this point, your fingernail is
Oh, I
lifted a
thought
bit.
it was every time I used it, it did it. It's been over time. It's been getting worse. I thought it was every time I used the ring.
Well, it depends, right? It depends on how much attention you've been giving to it. You haven't really indicated any kind of direct staring at it and whatnots. Nevertheless, it does seem to speed up as it's used. Sure, it doesn't
Okay.
change the property that it just generically has. But you look at it, and now your nail is beginning to lift up a little bit, and it looks like it's starting to detach. You also start to see signs of small pustules of infection from underneath.
Great. All right. I'll have to ask to see if Zar can help with getting me some more holy water to treat this. All right. This Oscar is putting the egg down. He's gonna reach down with his right hand and like feel up on the egg again, make sure it still feels warm and whatnot, and check on its condition.
Give me a straight up intelligence check. Let's see how well your studying on this book was.
Okay. Uh,
And actually, with advantage because you got plenty of time to burn on it.
I'll be back in a few minutes as well.
Roger.
and this is a check, right?
Just straight up intelligence, not a save. Correct.
All right. So 15.
With a 15, I could tell you over the course of the day, you are able to absolutely identify that this is in fact the pseudo dragon egg. You do identify its caretaking needs between its bedding, its temperature, if you need to rotate it, whatever you need to do to maintain the health and safety of this egg. In the book, it also explains on how pseudo dragon eggs can go for a pretty penny on the black market. A live one, even more. Things of that nature, which you absolutely acquire over time.
Okay. Can I make one of those Arcana checks about magic items for the ring after after he is, feeling secure about the state of the egg? He would want to move on to the next pressing issue, which is the adverse effects of the ring. So I want to try to get more insight on the ring.
I mean, you've been wearing it long enough now, you should get a good idea for it. So yeah, go ahead, roll that Arcana check.
All right.
I mean, nothing outside of what you already know seems to jet out at you. Yeah, with the 7, that's all I got.
Yeah.
Nothing outside of what you already know.
Okay. It's just not calling out to me. If that dude would have remembered what it was. We didn't find that journal or anything. Oh, actually, there, um, in all the stuff that we had brought inside, was there like a journal? Was there perhaps a journal in any of the stuff that we brought onto the ship from that were in the like with the crates and stuff?
No, it seems to be just strictly supplies.
Okay.
Maybe nothing more than deliver to Bestow or deliver to, Cilion or whatever other places that are around the globe or around the continent.
All right. Then I will. The next time I see Cal or Azar, I'll ask if he could give me some minor treatment, like minor clerical treatment on the finger while I uh like do some more research and stuff like that, and then I'll just be looking into the like how to make spell scrolls. Actually, can I spend some time to try to make spell scrolls?
We can come back to that. Let's see what everyone else is doing
Yeah,
first. So,
cool.
we're going to head over to Kaith as you make way in the island that you guys spent a good week on, or maybe a week and a half-ish, give or take, is to your aft. It's getting smaller and smaller as the sky gets darker and darker. What's Kaith doing while the boat rocks slowly back and forth?
Well, I'm gonna make a con save because last time she didn't do too well in the boat, so I just want to stick with that.
Absolutely. You know, you're a little nauseous, but you remember being on a ship, getting here, and getting to this continent in general from the Holy Empire. You're able to hold it back. It's uncomfortable. You're a little nauseous. Not throwing up.
So she's gonna just go to the side of the ship. She doesn't really have to be in cover or anything, but she just wants to go make sure all her possessions are still in her bag. You know, being unconscious and just not trusting people in general. She just wants to make sure everything's there, everything's safe, nothing got ruined in her adventure on the island.
You head down to the belly of this ship. In the distance, back in a corner, looks like reading away, kind of leaned up against the wall, like a kid would do in elementary school. You lean up against the wall with your knees up, and with the book in hand, just kind of rifling through it with a shoe box to his left. You see Oscar studying away. So you have the remainder of a day to play with. What do you wish to do? This day comes with a long rest, by the way.
Can I try to sneak over to Oscar? Is it possible to kind of like stealth my way like around the outside of the ship underneath and just peek at what he's doing?
What's your passive perception, Oscar?
It's 14. I am against the wall facing like
Yeah. She's not
the
trying to do anything
entrance.
to you. She's just trying to get closer, it seems. So yeah, why don't you roll stealth? I mean, you could absolutely do that. I don't see why not. Between some of the crates and the water barrels that were brought on ship, Oscar, you see a tiptoeing halfling.
Whoa. Well, what's up, Keith? You're not gonna try to steal the egg, are you?
I just freeze and like pretend that I don't even notice that he's talking and kind of just like look at the floor and bend down, just like look like I'm looking for something on the floor. But and I'll make my way back up to the top and just I guess just lay and watch the sky. Kate's a pretty simple person.
All right, and you do so, and eventually, as you watch the sky, the boat rocks you to sleep. Fate, you see a halfling on the stern of the ship, laying on the ground, on the deck, looking up at the stars, kind of hands behind her head like a pillow. What are you doing?
I'm just kind of leaning back against the back of the ship a little bit, a little cabin area in front of the wheel, just making sure we don't steer off course. Just resting up.
I'm trying to think what would be the appropriate role for that. Well, shit. 1 second.
Dexterity plus proficiency, because swashbuckler.
Yeah. You know what? Why not? Just to see if you maintain your heading. Dexterity plus your proficiency bonus. Thank you, Senra.
What's my proficiency bonus?
You're level what, 5?
It's a 3 at this
Yeah.
point, I think.
It should be a
Yeah, it's
3, I
3.
think. The sky itself is partly cloudy, kind of fucking up with the stars a little bit. As a result of you straying a little off course, not too far, but you inadvertently added an extra 5 hours to your trip. What do you wish to do for the remainder of the trip? Or at least the day, the first 24 hours?
Nothing other than get a full rest and.
Absolutely. Which you will be able to get as we are in downtime. Cal, you see Kaith snoozing. You look up and you see Fate just trying to maintain course as he's using his sextant with the stars and trying to make sure everything's going clean as he is sailing through the night, which is a difficult task. Down below, you hear maybe some crates sliding back and forth. The horse, who's uncomfortable, is kind of doing that, that how horses stomp on the ground situation. She seems to be a little uncertain. Give me that animal handling again, please.
Second.
Nice. How do you calm your horse down?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and look through the different fruits and stuff like that and see if I can find if they have any apples.
They do, 100%. Absolutely. It seems to be
Perfect.
mixed in apples with other stone fruit, like pears and peaches.
Okay, well, I'll just do apples. So I'm going to grab a few of the apples, and I'm going to come over, and I'll go ahead and feed Applejack each of the apples one by one, and get the saddle and stuff off, and I'm going to do a full brush down to help calm the horse down. Just talking to him.
Fantastic. The horse does seem to calm down. Azar comes up to you. My lord, may I have a word?
Yes.
Look, I know everything this past week has been difficult and troubling. I get it, right? And I believe what we're doing is the good thing, but my lord, have we strayed off mission?
In part, we have, but also not entirely. Our mission is to set a foothold for the Empire, and we have achieved the foothold. However, we need to figure out how to send word back that we have a place of safe harbor for our ships.
And I get that, right, my lord? I do, but as he looks over his shoulder, he looks up at Fate, and he looks over at Kaith. Make sure that Senra and Oscar are not seen. My lord, the company we travel in seems to be very conflicted, and pardon me if I'm speaking out of turn, I'm concerned for the success of our mission. I don't feel as if there's... I'm afraid that you and I might be the only one on the wavelength of the Holy Empire. I mean, I know Kaith was here with us when we arrived. I don't even know if she's really caring about the mission.
I have been thinking about that as well, and even Fate has a different mission that he was given for the Empire.
I mean, at least...
So I don't know how that ties into ours.
And I get that, my lord, and at least we could say he does fly our colors. It's just, I feel that his goals do not align with our current mission. I mean, Senra herself, you can see she's troubled. Her focus somewhere else. Oscar seems to be only concerned with his own personal tasks and ideology. I'm not frightened, my lord. I do not wish to show any kind of fear, but I am hesitant. And once again, forgive me, my lord, if I'm speaking out of turn. I do apologize.
No, I am worried about that as well, and we definitely... It does feel like that we are the only ones actually working on the mission that we were first presented by the Holy Empire.
Aye, my lord. Is there something maybe we can do to reestablish that focus? Perhaps... I don't know. My lord, I'm under your command. You must tell me what to do. How can I help?
Well, first, do you know of any spells that can be used to contact somebody long distance?
That sounds like
I don't know what abilities you have been granted. I don't have a connection with a deity like you seem to have gotten since we left.
My Lord, every day I pray for answers and guidance in our mission, in our true mission to save these people, no matter how big, no matter how small. But I've yet to hear any responses from my God. To ask, who does he fucking go to anyway? Did you ever give him a really out of character? Did you ever give him a pantheon?
I don't think we actually gave him a god. You
I
just
don't. I
chose.
don't know who this
You
we
can go with
business
Helm.
is. This is your
Helm.
character. Oh, it is Helm. I believe it is Helm.
You don't need a deity for cleric.
Yeah,
Fair
Helm
enough.
is usually
Yeah,
a
he's
good
just
call.
praying to somebody, and somebody
That's
is
right.
just responding.
All right, so I'll go with
That's
that.
essentially what it is.
I pray every day to Helm for guidance and the ability to save and complete our mission, my Lord. But asking Helm for direct conversation takes years of conversation, years of prayer. I'm not up to that yet. But until then, until I do have my divine inspiration, I must go with what my heart tells me. And I just fear that when the cards are on the table, my lord, pardon the expression, when the cards are on the table, I have a feeling everyone's going to cut and run, and it's just going to be you and I on the battlefield.
I have noticed that as well, but at the very least, we will face that battle well.
Aye, until then, my lord, I will always be true, under your servitude. And he bows.
I'll give him a nod back, and then I'll ask him if he could find Oscar, because since Oscar's been tinkering, maybe he can help out with this armor a little bit.
Aye, my lord. As he grabs this, I'm going to assume over the course of setting up, there was some sort of a net that he put all the pieces of armor in, because you don't just put plate armor in your book bag. So you kind of have to,
there would have been.
Yeah, you got to like drag it around and whatnot. So he's got a big netted kind of sack situation, and he starts to drag it to the belly. You could hear the armor kind of clunk, 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 clunk as it goes down the stairs. Where we're going to pause him there. Sen, are you back yet?
That I am.
You hear clunk, 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 clunk as armor goes down the steps. You see, are you atop the ship or the bottom of the ship?
I was going to say I was atop the ship, sort of next to Fate, but like a little bit distance away.
Okay. Well, then you don't see... Well, you see Azar kind of break your line of sight as he walks towards where I guess the stairwell would be. I don't know the proper terminology for stairs on a ship. But as where the stairwell would be, it kind of walks towards you. It's like underneath where you're standing. And you hear clunk, 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 clunk. Fate in front of you, guiding the ship, sextant in hand, kind of eyeing up, measuring up the stars. You see Kaith at the tip of the ship on the deck, kind of not passed out, but seems like getting some Z's, while you see Cal stroking the mane of his horse.
Is it nighttime at this point?
Absolutely. It's like just nighttime.
Okay.
So let's call it like, I don't know, 7 to 8 o'clock p.m., maybe even 9.
I don't know if they would be out during night. I'm going to roll with it anyway, because it was my original plan. I'm sort of keeping an eye on the things that Fate is doing. Sort of just learning from someone that is perceivably experienced with helming a ship, and sort of absorbing some of that knowledge, rather than anything based on suspicion.
Sure. Since you're in the context of observation, why don't you just give me a wisdom check just to see how well you're doing?
Sure. I was going to say, while doing that, I'm also sort of keeping an eye out for any, I want to say dolphins, but like any porpoise types of, it would be 19. I still have disadvantage on. And like any of those types of seafaring life that might come up and like ride next to the ship for a bit.
Yeah.
And as soon as I see one, I'm going to cast Beast Speech. Or do the ritual for 10 minutes, and if it lasts long enough, or if it stays around for 10 minutes enough.
Let me see something here. So you hear the splashing of the ship cutting through the water. At the same time, multitasking, kind of just watching Fate in silence, just kind of doing your thing on the side. You lean over the ship to kind of get a glance, just as you look down, and you see the streaks of silver on the water as the ship cuts through the water, the black water. The shimmering moonlight off of the water creates these silver streaks. Occasionally, some bioluminescence as you cut through some plankton and algae. Unfortunately, you don't see any kind of wildlife at the moment, but I would like you to give me a perception check.
Sure. Yeah. 22.
Beautiful. You hear in the distance what sounds like very, very faint singing.
For clarity, is this like humanoid singing, or is this like with the assumption that I had the beast speech already cast? Because I was waiting to see something before I cast it. Or speak with animals, sorry, not beast speech. Sense.
You just hear kind of
direction, and as soon as I hear for like a good like 10, 20, maybe 30 seconds, I'm gonna Fate something. Is that just me, or and point it out and see if you can catch it as well?
Sure, Fate, roll a perception as well. Let's call it a DC 13. Yeah, you hear it as well, Fate. Also, Fate, give me history, since you are a seafaring individual. And that'll be a simple DC 10. Look at you. So, out of character, this might be a little railroady here, only because I'm not sure what you know as far as fantasy ocean life is concerned. So
Sirens.
Yeah, so it's definitely seems to be siren-esque in nature. Having shipped a lot, best to ignore it is what you know. So however you wish to contextualize that in the RP, feel free and go.
That was for Fate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one say anything. No one look over the side of the ship. We're just going right past it.
Okay.
And no
You say
lights
so.
either.
No lights. Senua like rushes across the ship and like dampens any lanterns or anything that might be on the deck.
Absolutely awesome. All right, Senra, you have the remainder of your 24-hour, which includes a long rest. So, what else do you wish to do in the moment over the course of 24 hours?
Can I tell me? And it's okay if I can't, but I would like to, if I can, sort of rewind it a little bit before Kate actually passed out and approach her.
Yeah, why not? That's fine.
Okay. As Kate like settles down in the hammock a bit, Sen is going to like stop like watching Fate's management of the ship for a bit and make her way over to Kate and sorry Kate, you've helped me before, I think, right? I think yeah, you did. Sorry. I was curious if you could help me again with something.
Of course I can.
I noticed you have a certain sort of similar proficiency or capability with sneaking about and going unseen, attacking from the shadows sort of thing. I think that could be interesting. I'm curious about it. I feel like I have some. There's some parallel with what I can already do, and it could be advantageous, maybe, I don't know, to pursue it. So I was curious if in our time as we're heading there, if maybe you could like, I don't know, show me a thing or two, basically.
Sure, I can show you what I've learned and picked up over the years.
That'd be great. I feel like I probably need more, and I don't think between us, I need to resolve things better than just with my anger.
The first thing to do, you gotta think small.
Think small, and she just like crouches down, like knees to chest almost, probably like level height with Kate.
That's
like
the
this.
start.
Okay. This just feels like I'm sitting down. I feel stupid.
Okay, well maybe not that small.
Okay, and she'll just like go Indian squat, basically. So, small like unseen?
Yeah,
Okay.
and you have to be quiet.
I
Which
feel like I
you,
can do those.
yeah, I was just gonna say you can do that.
Okay.
And looking for things to hide behind. Always have a plan in and out.
So an escape as well. I don't know how to do that. I usually just rush in and by the time I swing a blade, I'm already like angry enough to stay. So looking for an escape path is a good option. That makes sense. I mean, thinking about it with a clear head where I'm not actually angry from the current situation. That
Maybe
makes sense.
maybe we should work on some meditation.
That's never worked for me. I mean, I'll try if you want me to. I just haven't had a lot of luck myself. I feel like the few times I tried to meditate, it's just I focused on the wrong thing potentially, and I just got more angry.
You want to know what I focus on?
What's that?
Money.
Money.
And all the ways I can get lots and lots of money.
So I should focus on money?
Well, maybe something that you really, really want. You gotta stay calm.
What do I want then, I guess?
Because staying stealthy, you have to, keep yourself centered and not want to run out when you see something you want to change.
I feel like there's my dad in the old city where I left from. He used to get training lessons from a fencer, and he had a certain measure of precision that I always thought was, I mean, granted that was before I left home and everything else that happened afterwards, but I mean, there was a certain level of majesty or majesticness or whatever is the right word for having that confidence and able to like make your strike at the right moment.
I mean, we can practice with swords if you think that'll help.
I don't know. I'm willing. I think if we have a few days, then taking it to get my head straight may be good.
We can start in the morning.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll see you in the morning. And she'll stand and climb the. Is there a bird's nest?
Is there a bird's nest?
Yeah. If so, she'll go to that.
You're welcome to search for one. Whatever. Let's try. You know what? I'll even roll for it here. Let's say there's a 10% chance that there's a bird's nest. 1 second here.
Do you mean a crow's nest or an actual bird's nest? Oh.
No.
Oh, a crow's nest. Like
Sorry,
the place.
yes, crow's nest.
I'm here thinking like, in the cliche that there's a pigeon nest up on tucked away in the sail somewhere.
I said the wrong thing. Austin corrected me. Thank you.
There's a crow's nest. It's not this extravagant crow's nest, but it's enough for one.
So after the discussion, she'll sort of like look around for a bit and sort of like taking the guidance that fate provided of like just stay silent. She'll just like scurry up towards the crow's nest and like spend the night there.
Absolutely. Do me a favor. Give me a wisdom save real quick.
And this is where I die.
No, with advantage actually.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because I feel as if...
To 11.
Wow. I feel as if Senra's going through something important here right now. You look at your hand, Senra. You don't
look it up there. It's like shaking and like goes ethereal for a second as I try to grab the last bit into the crow's nest.
Negative.
And it slips through.
No, actually, because I'm only looking for a DC 10. What I'm thinking is you're acknowledging right now that your hand isn't shaking.
That's not right. She like hits it on the side of the crow's nest. Okay, that's right.
Fair enough.
You're supposed to be broken.
Broken characters are more interesting, they say.
Awesome. So,
That's it for me.
as
Sorry it
you...
took a minute.
No, you're good. That was awesome. That was fucking fantastic, actually. And that takes us to... Who am I missing? I did Fate. I did... Oh, you got... I think that's it. The night and evening goes without a hitch. The next day rolls around. Sun's up. Partly cloudy skies. The wind is to your aft, giving your ship an extra boost. No land can be seen in all directions. Uneventful day. Fog rolls through on the ocean side, making it difficult for navigation. Nevertheless, Fate's expertise, which, let's roll that again, Fate, please. Your dex plus your proficiency.
I don't know, deck, and then you just gotta add proficiency to it.
Yep. So not a deck. Well, dex save will have your proficiency on it already. So that is an 11 plus. What I say? That's it.
Yeah, that'd be it.
You know, you're having a hard time getting an angle. You're trying to use sunlight to kind of help you guide, but the fog around kind of disperses the light rays, and you can't really get a bead on it. So you're doing your best guess. You don't know what the effects of that are, but you're doing your best guess. Lunchtime. Dig into the rations and the foods. You have another 24 hours to burn, guys. What are we working on? Starting with Oscar.
So, Cal had sent Azar his way, so
Oh, yes, correct.
so Oscar would be like, yeah, I can see, if you look around, see if they have any tools that might be useful for that. I can try to fiddle with it a bit in between my studies and stuff. But I'm glad you're here. I need your help.
Yes.
And
Yes, sir, Oscar.
he takes off the glove and he's like, okay, so I've been using holy water and it's helped treat this before, decrease the negative effects. Now I'm trying to research and see if I can find a way to halt just and stop the necrosis effect of this thing. But I want to slow it down even further in the meantime. So I'm not gonna be using it for a bit, but still. So I've been using holy water. So if you could, you're the clerical type or the priest type. So if you could perhaps make some of that for me, or use some of your, try using some of your magic on my finger. We're of different sorts. I'm more arcane. You're more holy. So I think your magic might be a better fit currently.
Oh my lord, Sir Oscar. I mean, I'm merely new to Helm's teachings. I don't know if I have that kind of power. I mean, I could try.
Yeah, couldn't hurt to try. And while
he goes to the barrels of water and he takes the ladle that kind of is found on the ship and gets water and he begins to pray on it for a good 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, saying his prayer, doing his little doodads, holding his holy symbol, he begins to pour the ladle on your finger. Nothing seems to happen.
well, that's one down. So I'll try it again some other time. Don't worry. Experiments typically don't work the first time.
Sir Oscar,
And like,
Sir Oscar, and I do apologize, but do you deem it wise to maintain carrying such a cursed relic? I don't mean to pry, and I don't mean to pry. It's just I feel as if this is more of a burden than a gift.
yeah, I get what you and everyone's saying. And yes, it being a burden is becoming more clear. Though I would say this, when you've lived in a situation where you aren't given any gifts, even a burden can seem pretty good.
I get that, and I do understand the perspective, Sir Oscar. But do, do you? But it's taking pieces of you, almost literally, sir. And I just don't know if it's worth the cost to create such sacrilege creatures to begin with. It goes against everything that is divine.
That's actually not completely true. Even celestial beings will at times utilize undead in their armies.
Fair enough, and I'm not here to convince or pry. I just, like I said, I'm new to the teachings of Helm. I just know that if Helm was here in person, I am pretty sure he will not stand for such a trinket. It just radiates evil, sir.
Could I make a religion check on my knowledge of Helm? I am proficient. All right.
Helm would smite thee.
So, to my knowledge about Helm is he's primarily about protection and safeguarding.
Correct.
So, as long as I utilize this power in ways that, protect those around me, then I think he'd be fine.
And
Though I shouldn't speak. Well, whatever.
I do,
Speaking for gods, it's this and that.
and I do understand your perspective, sir, but just because one utilizes evil for protection still does not make it morally acceptable, sir. You can choose to kill your enemy, or you can choose to change your enemy.
Ah, well, you're Azar. You don't change, man. We need someone with a positive outlook for you, for this group. But I mean, if you've seen the people we've encountered, and they haven't been so willing to change. Heck, currently in a war with a whole like score of undead and stuff like that, and those that control them, and they're sure as hell not changing their minds.
No one said change was easy or something that was obtainable right overnight. You're right, it is a rough road, and sometimes people fall to the darkness. Yes, I agree with you 100%. But to give up and give in is not the way to go. If my day and if my light is to be put out, then may it be with my conscience intact and my innermost beliefs stay true.
Well, Azar, I'll promise you this. Um, I don't. There's not a single part of me that plans on letting this thing turn me into an undead. And if there's no way for me to stop that, and it begins to get out of control, I don't want to lose a finger. I like that finger. I use it for magic. Um, but if that's the only case, then I'll be the first one to lop the thing off. But cuz I in my manic search into trying to learn about magic, I've, you know, stumbled upon a few things about people in like similar or real great magicians and stuff like that who went down the undead path to prolong their lives, to increase their craft, and those stories never really had happy endings. So I don't plan to be that guy. So and when it comes to like my conscience and stuff like that, you see, you guys keep saying things about evil presences and stuff like that. Um, but I think of tools as tools, and it's my own actions that make them evil or good. So,
Roll a
say this thing is
roll a
Hmm?
persuasion check.
Okay. That well, didn't roll
Okay.
very good. But say this thing is evil. Uh, as long as I don't let it control my actions, which I haven't seen it anything like that happening yet. And once again, I don't plan to let this thing get much worse. I actually have an idea in mind to work on that, but that's besides the point.
Well,
But
sir.
yeah, don't worry, man.
Well, Sir Oscar, I value you being here. I do, and if that is the path you wish to walk, I merely state, may the light, the protection and guiding light off of Helm's shield protect you.
Hmm.
And whatever choices you make. Nevertheless, I will search for these tools to see if we can possibly help my lord with his possible new fancy armor.
Hmm.
Be well, and
Hey, you should be happy. Once he's done with that, you'll be able to use his old armor.
yes, I'd have to put on another 25 pounds or so for that to happen, but hey, maybe perhaps one day I would have my own squire and find myself in my goals under the power of Helm and spreading his teachings around, but right now the mission is my primary focus. But
Hmm.
nevertheless, Sir Oscar, thank you. Great, good to get to know you in a little bit more of a personal setting. Let me go find these tools, see if there's any on ship.
Sounds good. Frog, do you think I can make the Arcana check for the ring for today?
Negative. You already made your go on the ring itself. It doesn't. That's not a thing that resets.
Oh, I can what?
You once you give your best go at the item, unless you have something that gives you a hint towards what it is, that I could possibly give you another check on it. But just innately doing it once a day is just that's not how my identifying works with this Arcana check.
Oh, okay. So I need to find more
Like it,
information
yeah,
about it first.
it's not like moving a boulder where you can try and try and try and move a boulder, right? This is something you are convinced that you just don't know anything about this until you find something else that would hint towards its understanding better.
The check
Okay.
represents a segment of time in hours. Right?
No, he's saying that basically it's almost like searching for herbs. Can I give him once per short rest? By the way, this is out of character, everybody. You know what I mean? He's saying because it's a new day, can he use his Arcana check to check for the identity of this ring again? To which I said no, because the first time you checked it, you were convinced that you don't know much more about it. Unless you come across some knowledge or information that would hint towards the check of this ring again, and then I would allow another check. But until that happens, you need to meet those conditions.
All right. Well, then I'll just spend the rest of the day uh researching into researching into like making spell scrolls and the and crafting some magic items and stuff like looking
Yep,
like reach and that's what I'll end on.
absolutely. Fantastic. So, day number 2, Fate, what are we doing?
Fitz gonna see if he can see the ship that we're chasing.
Perceptions with disadvantage, please.
How do I roll a disadvantage again?
Just roll. It's automatically there. We'll just use the smaller number. 13. You look in the distance. The fog has practically obscured all vision at this point. No, you don't see it.
And we're just gonna keep on going.
You use your whole day stopping to eat and piss every once in a while off the bow of the ship, which takes us to Kaith. As you see Fate kind of walking past you, you kind of hear the unbuckling of his belt, and you hear tinkling water hitting water.
Well, I was gonna say it's gonna get up really, really early in the day and kind of sneak up and like, cause I know Senra's up in the crow's nest thing and like wake her up.
Okay. You make your way to the crow's nest. It's a beautiful view up here if you like looking at the inside of a cloud. But Senra is in full display, doing Senra sleep meditation things.
Well, this is the closest I've ever been to a cloud, cause being short and all.
Sorry, what? I was thinking about something.
So I'm gonna come up to the crow's nest and kind of like stand over you.
Hi. I was kind of staring off into the horizon. It's already morning. It is morning. It's morning. You said morning. You want to head back down?
Well, I think this is a good place to start the meditation. It's quiet. No one else is around.
That's true. Yes, as you say.
So
I'll follow
can
you
we?
lead. I kind of don't know what I'm doing. The few times I've tried it feel like I sincerely failed. So
So is there room for us to both sit?
who's banging pots?
It's my dog. She's cheekily asking to be fed.
That's pretty fucking
Don't-
adorable.
That
Only
is
she's
adorable.
not barking.
To answer your question, Keith, yeah, as a halfling, there's plenty of room up there for the two of you to chill out and sit like Indian style if you wish.
Oscar
So-
probably has a minute go feed his dogs.
So I'm gonna sit down and sit Indian style, and kind of,
Make space.
the whole cliche meditation pose, hands on my knees, like with that little,
Right, okay, like that. Okay,
Italian
this way.
pizza, this is good stuff
I-
pose going on.
Pizza. What's a pizza? I don't fucking know. Oh,
No.
whatever. It's this way. A hand up a little more. Okay. She's like overanalyzing. Okay. I think I'm doing it.
So she's gonna look over. Yeah, you're doing great. You're doing great.
Okay, good.
All right, take a deep breath in and slowly let it out. So we're gonna smell the flowers
What flowers?
and we're gonna blow out the candles.
How do you breathe out? What?
Smell the flowers and blow out the candles.
Oh, is symbolism. Okay.
Okay, so did you come up with something to think about? Something that makes you calm.
There probably is one thing, and
You don't have to share. This is your thing. Your zen.
she kind of like looks over the crow's nest, make sure like nobody else is climbing up out of curiosity. Okay, it's probably okay. She gives you like a devious eye, a suspecting eye, and then after a minute, like not even that long, it's just kind of like, okay, fine. And she reaches into her inner tunic and like very carefully pulls her hand out, and inside is a little gray furred rat that's kind of sort of like resting on the palm of her hand. This is Smalls. I met him when I was living away from my parents. And she like pets him a little bit. He's a nice individual. He's sort of been with us, and when I go away sometimes I'll sort of find a bit of peace, either making sure that he's okay or just, speaking my concerns with someone that doesn't pass judgment in words back to me.
Is that thing alive?
It is. That is kind of like she like pivots her hand around 180, and the rat like scurries around to the other side of the top of her hand now, and is like the rat's mouth or snout is like sniffing the air, sort of getting gauging the air, and like looking towards Kaith.
So where on your body have you been keeping that?
It's inside she like opens her jacket a bit, the sort of tunic that she has. There's a pocket inside that kind of connects to the back, and she can like run around the insides of the jacket. I had it sewed up a bit, so if there's a second where she feels like it's dangerous, she can like scurry around a bit. It's a little bit confusing.
And when's
Unless
the
I take
last?
off my jacket.
When's the last time you washed that? Because wouldn't it have to go to the bathroom? Like, does it go to the bathroom in your jacket? Like, Keith's just really perplexed that there's a rat living in your
Sometimes.
jacket.
Sometimes, I mean, nobody said anything. I mean, it's probably honestly between you and I, Oscar's scent probably washes it out. So thank you to him, I guess, for that. But
You got it, guys. Always here to help. I didn't want this stink.
Well,
But,
make sure you wash that sometime soon.
I usually do. It's just we've been a bit active lately, you know. Anyway,
Alright.
you're
I
asking
might
about something
stink,
that
but I'm
provides.
clean.
You're asking about something that provides Avenger peace, and it's usually when I step away, it's Smalls here helps me sort of get to that back to that center, and she like puts her hand back into her vest, and the rat's kind of like scurries back in.
Alright, well, if that's your thing, then that's your thing. Alright, let's move along. So, think about the rat.
Right.
You said Smalls, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so that can be your place to go. Just imagine, I got it. You ready? You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Imagine that you shrunk down to the size of the rat. And you guys are just playing in one of those ball things.
What's up? I've never seen a rat in a ball thing.
I have. It's pretty cool. They just like, me as a child.
Okay, so just like super small. Okay.
Yeah, small like the rat. And you go into this like giant ball thing, and you can just
Okay.
like run, and you can run into things and like bounce off. That'd be really cool.
I'll try it. And she kind of like blanks out from her expression a little bit as she sort of like. You can tell she's like given the sort of contortions in her face. She's trying to imagine this thing that's a little bit hard for her to get a full picture of. But she's trying.
Or you guys can be eating a mound of cheese.
I can do that. I do like to eat. And she goes back in. It's a little bit better of an avenue for her.
All right, we got it. You're sitting with Smalls,
Okay.
eating cheese.
Right. Okay.
Let that be your zen.
Okay. Just focus on that. Just delicious cheese meat cheese, something, cheese thing.
And then while you're thinking of that, just smell the flowers and blow out the candles. Just don't spit the food out if you're pretending to eat, because that would be weird.
All right. Thank you. Okay. I'll try that for today and kind of see how it goes, I guess. I don't want to keep you locked up here.
No, we're gonna.
Right.
So we're gonna take 5 minutes before we go, and we're gonna try this.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go swim in my money, and you go eat the cheese with Smalls.
Okay. It sounds ridiculous, but okay.
And go. Remember, silence.
Silence. I heard it roll though.
So that happened. Oh, that got me fucking crying over here.
That was just frog coming to reality.
Oh, that shit was funny. Awesome.
All right. So once she's done getting Senra into her zen, she's
Okay.
gonna climb back down.
And Senna kind of keeps with it as she climbs back down a bit.
So I think being curious as she is, she's gonna go up to where Fate is at the big wheel thing because she doesn't know what it's called, and she's gonna like go play with it because she spins and then she'll spin the other way, just to have some fun. She's really bored. Out of character. Remember, she's a kid, guys.
Fate. Kay's fucking with your wheel, man.
Hey, we don't know that actually, do we? Like, I don't think any of us have actually asked Kate's age.
Not really. I mean, I put it in one of my as like a memory for me, but no one's really even
Like
talked
the
about it.
journals? But like,
Yeah.
my perception of the journals, and correct me if I'm wrong, Fallout, is that's like we get a peek into the minds of the individuals, but we don't know that in character.
Correct.
Correct, but no one's really asked, and I don't think anyone's really picked up.
Yeah.
Like I said, because she's a
Yeah.
halfling, she can disguise herself as whatever the fuck age she wants.
That's awesome.
considering they tend to age.
It's also because she's a halfling. It's hard to tell the difference between a halfling and a child.
Yeah,
It's
so it
not the
works.
same.
That's racist.
So, Fate, Kate's fucking with your wheel, man.
I shoo her away like she's a pet or something. Like, get out of here. Go. It's not a toy.
Yeah,
It's not a toy. Get out of here.
bad case.
Okay. Do you have anything I can do?
Why don't you go put together your gem or something?
That's right. All right, and she's gonna scurry away, and go sit down and try to put back this ball thing.
Give me 1, 2. Okay, hold on. Roll intelligence checks for me. Fuck it, 5 times.
Straight intelligence.
Straight intelligence. You were able to get 4 pieces together today. So remember, there's 100 shattered pieces, so make sure you're keeping track of this. You were able to find 4 pieces. How you're getting them to stick together, that's a different conversation altogether.
Well,
That was
I'm gonna.
mending, wasn't it?
Yeah, we're gonna use the help of.
Yeah, but who's
what's
mending?
his name?
Oh yeah, you
Yeah.
needed to convene with Azar. Sorry, I'm interjecting too much.
It's
Let me
okay.
shut up.
No, that's fine. I don't mind the
Yeah, I
help.
was getting there. So I'm gonna like excitedly call over Azar and be like, "Hey, come help me fix this."
Yes, Miss Keith. I'll be right there. I was just searching for some tools. You didn't happen to see any kind of smithing tools about?
Like what kind of tool?
Like smithing tools, hammer, chisel, some leather leather needles, some twine about. I can't seem to find any on this ship.
I have a hammer, and I have some string.
I don't think string's going to do it, but the hammer might suffice.
What about a crowbar?
No, crowbar I don't think will work here, but thanks for the thought. The hammer though seems to it might work. Would you mind if I borrow the hammer for a little bit?
I mean, you really have nowhere to go with it, so I'll be able to find you if you don't bring it back.
Oh, forever in your good graces. Thank you, miss.
Just come back. I need you to put these together, so they're not mad at me anymore.
Well, you know, it is the teachings of Helm that abide by my helping you. So please, what is it that you're asking for, Miss Keith?
To put these back together, and she like kind of holds them with both of her hands out so they stay together.
Oh my.
He has already helped her out a little bit before.
Correct. Oh my, yes. Wow, you're really making some progress on this, huh? It's quite the green puzzle, isn't it?
I like puzzles.
Absolutely. Milady, here, one second. And he kind of holds on to them, and the pieces, he's trying to find the right, because these shatter like glass, right? So it's just kind of like he's trying putting it together, holding it. His hands begin to hew. And takes a decent amount of time and start putting that together. So it is a gem. So yeah, it's not like a piece of rope or anything. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but it's doable and it will take time. So as that is happening, we are going to pull the camera around the mast to 360, where Cal is doing what?
So Cal, while is waiting to help with that armor, he's already checked on the horse. He is honestly now at the moment he's just looking for busybody work. So I mean, he's cleaning up some of his armor, polishing the sword that doesn't need to be sharpened, as well as the other stuff. So he's just going through his gear until later on he's going to talk to Azar a little bit more about his god.
Sure thing. And you do so with relative ease, getting everything prepped up and, staying true to your soldier kind of traits, while keeping Applejack at bay. Moving back to Azar and Kate. Milady, as I do this, I can't help but ask some... May I ask you a personal question?
How personal are we talking?
I mean... It's none of my business, and I do not mean to be rude to ask, milady, but why are you here?
I got a summons to be here. Invited?
Aye, as did Cal and I, and our other two, whom are
and money.
the Holy Empire is well funded at times and will absolutely compensate anybody in their troubles and anyone who wishes to bear arms against our enemies. But why are you here? I know you say you got this pamphlet and you're.
'Cause we're all on a ship.
Aye, we are.
Got you there.
I can tell that this may be very deep of a conversation.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm here to help. I need to find purpose and help those around me because I know what it's like not to have anything or anyone to rely on.
And that's fine and true, milady, but I may be very silent and many times and take up the back ranks, but, milady, I do have eyes and I do see things, and why do you fear the divine so?
Someone was taken from me by magic.
Are we speaking of Eldon?
No.
Oh, this is someone deeper.
Yeah, he's 6 feet under.
Oh my. That'll about do it, yes. Permit me to ask, who was this person to you?
My father. And
Was he
my mother.
Were they holy folk?
And my brother and sister.
Oh my. I could see why there's such troublesome. Were they God-fearing folk?
No, not really.
Do you seek any kind of calming? I once thought very much as Cal did. Cal started off young. I saw him fight. I've seen him in battle. And I was there from the beginning. We were quite a pair, him and I. He obviously grew in ranks faster than I did. I vowed to protect him and to guide him and help him in any way that I can, but I find that in doing so, after caring for him, it's not about fear and strength to bear the arms. I find solace in believing, in this case here, Helm, to believe that things happen for a reason, for us to grow. Do you feel that your family was taken for you for a purpose?
No. They were taken unfairly.
Well, I don't want to pull off those bandages, unfortunately, but I will let you know that my heart is sorrowful for you. I do truly apologize you've had to go through that. But I do offer a bit of some suggestion and advice, if I may, if that's okay with you, Miss Kaith.
Sure. She's gonna kind of like choking back tears and like wiping her eyes at this point.
He'll put his hand on your shoulder. Don't let their loss put you in the ground with them. Use this pain as a fuel source. Achieve your goals. I believe you can do it with a little bit of focus. I know, it's difficult, especially putting the pieces together as such a young age as you. However, believe me, having lost loved ones in my past as well, it gets better.
She doesn't really have a response for that. She kind of just shrugs her shoulders and just goes back to fiddling with all the pieces.
He wraps up the 4 gems that you plopped to get that he mended together. And here you are, Miss Kaith. I do once again apologize for if I intruded. Nevertheless, thank you for the use of your hammer. I will make sure Oscar returns it immediately when he's finished.
Thank you. And then she'll just go back to playing in the bag of glass.
Good day, milady. As Azar
The
goes,
child goes back to playing with glass.
broken glass, nevertheless. Azar goes down to hand over the hammer as the 24 hours transpires. Oscar clinking away at the armor, trying to do the best he can to do other stuff, but unfortunately a hammer alone is just not going to do everything that's meant to be, as there are leather bindings and pieces that fit perfectly with this plate armor and does need an absolutely more intricate, delicate eye. Senra up in the crow's nest doing Senra stuff and focusing on this new perspective. Fate making sure we're getting our shit together and, you know, sailing straight. Kay fucking with her glass, and Cal, as Azar comes up to Cal. My lord, Oscar is, Sir Oscar is working on your armor as we speak. Unfortunately, I don't think a hammer by itself is going to be all we need. My lord, we might... it might be futile to try to process this plate armor for you on the ship. Perhaps a more skilled eye may be needed.
Rude.
My lord, I think we lost connection with you.
I'm here now. I can hear you.
Gotcha. Did you catch what I said, or do you need me to repeat it?
The part about the armor is not going to work? Yes.
Basically, a hammer is all we found on the ship, and that wasn't even on the ship. It was Case hammer, which doesn't seem to be enough to get all the intricate weavings and resizing of leather pieces and how they fit into all the, you know, from the helmet to the shoulder pads to the chest plate into the legs and whatnot, the whole nine. It's just a little difficult to get all that done with just a mere hammer. Azar is suggesting a more skilled and trained eye and a pair of hands.
That's unfortunate, but we are going back to a town that has a blacksmith that can help with that. So my old armor will do just fine.
I do hope the bestow is safe as we left it. Nevertheless, my lord, it is time for our daily sparring session, if you would like to continue.
Oh, we lost him. No sparring for you, Azar.
My lord, do you have full signal?
Snake!
No! Oh, he's back.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I had a full connection and 5G, so I don't know why it was doing that.
Sweet. So let's
You're like
continue
a fan.
playing 5E. So nevertheless, Azar is asking you to maintain the daily sparring schedule if we can, now that we're not trudging through some forest with some dinosaurs, giant apes, and trolls.
Of course, yes. Would you like? What weapon would you like to work with? Would you like to work with the normal longsword, or would you like to try something bigger?
My lord, it is my duty to make sure you're in tip-top. Which do you wish your enemy to be prepared with?
Greatsword it is. So I'll use. I'm gonna go and ask, find out where Fate put that other greatsword, so that Azar can use one and I can use the other, so that just in case we're not using a magical one against a non-magical.
Sure.
Can I be brash and ask something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Senra's been sort of meditating for a bit, and she catches this formation of an exchange that's about to happen for sparring. She jumps down from the crow's nest and says, like, I'll go against you. I can use something to relieve the tension in my spine.
Azar looks at Cal, and then looks at Senra.
And she was posing that to Cal, if that was
Yeah, absolutely. Azar goes to Cal and says, "My lord, she would be a very adequate sparring partner, and much can be learned, I'm sure, on both sides of the equation. Hopefully, Senra has found a way to channel her anger a little more healthy. Nevertheless, my lord, I will be at bay, at standby here, if you wish to have two enemies versus you.
Yeah,
I implied only one. Thank you, sir.
Let's go ahead and do it 1 versus 1 at the moment, and then I'll spar with you in a little bit and continue your training as well.
Beautiful. as you both take up arms, and
We draw us both.
yeah, you guys just draw your weapons. That's all good. We're not gonna go into a rolling thing here. We're gonna actually.
Okay, it's fine.
So what's gonna happen is as you both draw your swords and prepping for this battle, Azar counts it in 3, 2, 1, begin. And as the first swords clink clink against each other, the camera pulls straight vertical into the sky, off of the ship, and then pans forward, where you can see land. And that's where we're going to take our 10-minute break, guys.
Oh, cool.
Perfect.
Yep.
I'm gonna
Sounds
feed
good.
that loud fucker.
Be back in 10.
Roger that. Yeah, be back. Why don't we make it? That was a great RP session, guys. Let's just make it a good, 30. Let's
35.
make it, let's say 30. Yeah, 35. 35 sounds cool. That was a great
Hey,
RP,
then.
guys. Great RP. That was fucking
Yeah, it was
beautiful.
good stuff. See that.
I'm getting tired of stupid drivers doing stupid things.
And I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm currently stuck in retarded traffic.
Is that worse than regular traffic?
A little bit worse. Usually if something stupid happens in regular traffic, you can actually see it. But then you get this retarded traffic where we're in the middle of nowhere, there's no problems, there's no accidents reported or anything like that. It's just backed up for miles for no particular reason.
May as well change the audio. How you been though, Dirk? You okay?
I'm not doing too bad.
Have you settled your situations?
You're completely cutting out.
Have you settled all your distractions?
1 second. Fucking A. Oh, now it's working.
Have you figured out your distractions yet?
I figured out some of them. The rest of them is still a work in progress.
You know, if you need help with anything, you just let me know. You know that, right?
Huh?
I said if you ever need help with anything, you can just let me know. You know that, right?
Second. What were you saying, Frog?
Nothing. I was just saying if you need help with anything, you just let me know.
Hello?
Never mind, Durgish. I give up.
Yeah, no, I'm getting most of this stuff figured out. Just
Can you
finishing
actually
2
hear me
parts to get my house sold. Yeah.
All right.
I said if you ever need help with anything, Durkish, you could just call. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know that.
Seriously, even if it's something as simple as a couch to sleep on, man, you're always welcome at my home.
I've got no problem with that. But I will definitely keep that in mind. But I've already got the place that I'm going to be staying at after I sell my house.
You said you found a place?
Well, I already had one. I'm staying with my mom for a little while.
Oh, rock on. I thought your mom was living
Yeah.
with you in your house.
She was for a while, and then, like 5 years ago. 4 years ago.
I'm sorry, I've known you for so long. Time just fucking blends together, man.
Yeah, well, it definitely has. Well, shoot. I mean, when we played Ark Survival, that was like 14 years ago or something like that.
I don't know about
Actually, how long ago was that?
I think it was
Ark
more
is-
like 8 years ago, I think.
I don't think Ark
Eh,
is
close
14
enough.
years
Yeah.
old.
Oh,
think it
shush.
came-
1 second. Let me see the video.
Yeah, what he's referring to, Oscar, is I used to be a guild leader. And
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's that stuff.
No, it was closer to 10, though. Did I post it in here? Did I... Oh, I don't know. There's so many posts to go through. I'm not going to go through them all. That would have been probably... Actually, that would have been more like just 6 or 7 years ago. So about half the time that I first said.
So,
But yeah, it's a while.
in other news, while waiting for everyone to just straggle back, as they, whatever, come back slowly. So I've commissioned an artist to repaint my map. Have I showed you the new chunk of the map yet?
I have not seen it other than what you've already put up.
No, I haven't seen anything.
I'm sorry, say it again. My lady was asking me a question. I apologize.
No.
Yes.
It was important, guys. Sorry.
That's good.
So just heads up though, which was I was talking about is I started a job on Monday, like training and stuff for corrections officer. So it may or may not affect my attendance at the table.
Fun.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Going to work at the jail or are
Yeah,
you talking
the county
juvie?
jail.
Yeah.
I essentially work at a sort of a jail. I work at a 24-hour residential right now for teenagers. So I don't think it's really gonna be too much of a difference. Just, more logic behind trying to get through to people.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, I'm here linking the picture.
And congratulations.
I'm here linking the picture in tabletop like you fucking have access to it right now. Ugh.
Oh, definitely.
Way to go.
Well, technically, if Sandra stares at it, I could see it.
But yeah, so essentially, if you're looking at my stream, so this section here has been remade to this section here. Yay! So anyway, I have an artist commissioning the entire map in the background of the table, so he said it'll be done by Friday.
Nice. Yeah, when you're fully done with that, make sure or have a full copy put aside. I'm gonna see if we can get it done in like an old cloth type thing for you.
Ooh.
Unless he's already doing that. Because at the Renaissance here, when it does happen, they have a map maker as well, so you can get like the at least you used to be able to. You can get all these different maps like Lord of the Rings, Hyrule, or world maps, different stuff like that, but put on an old style cloth.
That
I've been
actually
meaning to get a
sounds
couple
cool.
of them. Yeah.
All
I
right.
would I'd have a map I'd like to do that with. That'd be cool.
All right, dudes.
Mhm.
Let me get a roll call here. I heard Dirkish, I heard Keith, I heard Oscar. Is Senra back? Is Fate back?
I am here.
So we're just waiting on Senra.
Oh, I see. I need to fix my AC before we fight.
I'm back.
Hey, yo, welcome back.
I got talking to the partner about last night's stuff, so my apologies.
You said you got talking to the botanist? What'd you say?
Partner. He said partner.
partner. The partner botanist.
Oh, I thought you
Oh,
said
the partner.
botanist. I'm like, holy shit.
No, partner. P-A-R-T-N-E-R. That's how you spell English shit.
Fair enough. All right, team. Before we go into the second half of our evening, or Act 2 of our evening, Act 1, amazing, guys. Well done. You all should definitely pat yourselves on the back. That was a lot of awesome RP, and I want you guys to know that in real time. That was fantastic.
Good stuff.
Nevertheless, we have an Act 2 to get through, as we are seeming to be entering Chapter 3 of the story of the Holy Initiative. Beginning with... After
Can I ask real quick?
Go ahead.
I don't want to ask what I ask, so I'm going to pause and continue on. I'll ask you in chat.
Okay.
Don't wait for me, just continue.
No, I'm not. I'm actually looking to lower the volume of this bot real quick. It's a bit loud.
Fair. Fair.
Okay. As the ship makes dock, the sounds of bells, ding, 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 ding. You can be heard echo. I'm sorry, I was reading your sentence there, Senator. I was like, wait a minute, what?
You're good.
As the echoing of the bells seems to alarm the town, or at least make an audible, by the way, town, people are coming, it can be heard. Fate pulls into the docks with relative ease. The first people you see as you cast your anchor and throw rope to tie off, you lower the plank down to get off the ship. 2 soldiers can be seen.
Can I do a quick inquiry to... Is this the same dock we saw before that we were fighting on?
This
and if
is
so,
the exact
can we
same
load the
dock.
map?
If so, you can what?
Could we load the map? I'm curious about distance.
Yeah. I mean, the map would be just a reference point at this point, but you're absolutely right. We should be on a different map at this point.
Yeah. Senra is going to stay below deck. That's not the map I was thinking of. So yeah. And like the dimensions of the ship as well.
The ship is small. Now, once again, this is not to scale in this situation here. This is just a
Is it
reference.
the
But
pink-sided one?
I would say this one over here, the 2-mast one, would be a closer, but would be a little bit smaller than that.
So do we recognize these people? Are they our guards that we left?
Absolutely. They seem to be wearing a crest of Bestow. It looks to be like a very fishing themed kind of crest on their armor. Their armor seems to be a mixture between chain and leather. It doesn't seem to be symmetrical, but they're trying really hard to look like they're in uniform.
Sen was sort of gonna call out between the cannon ports up to Azir to get your fucking dude. Make him do his thing. Referencing to Cal.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move to the front, and I'm going to wave to him and call out.
Sir Cal! Sir Cal! Cal! Sir Cal's alive! They're alive, everybody! My lord, where have you been? It's been almost 2 weeks.
We got stuck on an island where the slavers were coming from, and we had to fight across there's a lot of stories, but we'll have to have that over a couple drinks.
Oh, my lord. Nenu, go Go tell Edgar. Go tell Edgar. My lord, how can I help you? Azar comes off the ship as this is all happening. Sir Azar. Oh, so great to see you all. I trust everyone made it safely?
Actually, everyone from our group did. Unfortunately, the fishermen that came out with us, our ship was attacked by creatures, and we got separated from several of them.
Oh.
It's Senris watching from like the cannon holes. Can I do like an inspiration, an insight to see if they seem like actual people we left behind to guard this place?
One of them looks... well, yeah, go ahead. Why don't you roll a history to make sure?
A history or an insight?
Whatever. Whatever makes more sense to you.
Six. Sorry, I had advantage on.
Understood. No, that's fine. We always take the left one. So yeah, man. So you're looking at them. You recall that, last time you were here, you weren't the most social butterfly. You just don't recognize this individual that's currently speaking to you guys.
I think I remember that mustache when I was like 4 levels of exhaustion in.
Yeah. That was the time you were just loading the ship up.
Yep.
Absolutely. My lord, you'll be pleased to hear. We've made several improvements to the safety, and we've been managing to recruit some new people. They still require some training, of course, but you're back. You can do that for us.
Yes, I can definitely train them a little bit. Where is Edgar? I need to speak with him.
Edgar's currently, he's in the process of moving into Thorby's old estate. It seems to be now kind of our courthouse. It's been converted, you see. There's plenty of space in there. We sealed up the basement. We earthed it in really good and repaired any damages from the rioting and looting that happened there. It is now a place of justice and a beacon of what society will be going forward in this town.
Kind of. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Cal. I keep doing it. The name that was mentioned, that's the guy that betrayed us, I believe, right?
Thorby. Yes, that was the one. That was the guy that got his head lopped off by Cal.
No, not Thorby. Who was the previous underling of Cal that betrayed us?
That was Gareth.
Okay, that's not who was mentioned.
No.
I will shut up then. Carry on.
Yes, it's long gone. Potentially.
But
That's great.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry,
No, please. No, you first.
Oh.
You first.
I was to say that's great. I'm glad that it's all working out. Our exploits on the Slavers Island went rather well, although some of them did escape.
Well, our scouts and our night watch have mentioned of ships passing by, but not making dock, which is very odd. The only other dock that's close enough to here would absolutely be Brecca, but some last emissaries that came through let us know that Brecca seems to be under siege for something about a mystical dome. Not entirely too sure. It was really strange. But over a couple of drinks, he definitely let us know what was happening to the north. Frightful indeed. Nevertheless, we have plenty of time for that. Quick, come, follow. Let me show you some of the improvements that we made.
I'll make sure to get all of my gear, and including I'll carry the bag that's got the plate armor in it, and I'll jump off once we're fully docked.
Fantastic. As we make dock, Kaith, anything you wish to do?
Well, I'm gonna have to gather up the pieces. I want to secure the ones that are already put back together, and make sure that they're tucked away safe in the bag. So I'll probably use like my fine clothes to do that. But yeah, once we're docked, I'll probably just get off and kind of like fall to the ground, not landing on the bag, and just like hug the ground as thankful to be out from the boat.
Fantastic, and you do so. Fate, what's going on with Fate right now as you make dock and you're overhearing everything that's being spoken to Cal?
Well, Fate's tidying up the ship. He jumps off. He's looking back out to sea, and he's wondering, how did we beat them here? Like, what happened? He was expected to come into a city under siege.
As you stand and walk towards the end of the dock and look out to sea, there's an old man kind of sitting on the end of the dock with his feet dangling towards the water, with a very meager fishing pole in his hand. How long you been out for,
2 weeks, give or take.
It's a long time to be out in sea like that. Surprised you still have your sanity.
Yeah, we were on an island for a while.
Out in the Western Islands there?
Yep.
You know, they call them the Dead Isles, right?
I know why.
Yeah, well, welcome to Bestow. I don't know if you're familiar with these parts, just currently under new management, one would say.
Well, nice talking to you. I headed into town.
Well, be good to yourself, son. Fate begins walking towards the main town, walking past Cal and the individual speaking with Cal, and past Keith as she hugs the ground. Which takes us to Senra.
Would I have overheard that conversation?
That's up to you. I'm willing to say yes, and I'm willing to say no, depending on how you want it to be.
I'm gonna roll a perception. I feel like that's fair. I did not.
Okay.
I'm still sketchy though, even before that conversation. She's going to, having sight from the cannon ports that are facing the dock. She's going to vamp a distance to be under the docks, and then sort of trail under the docks until she hits that section that we previously came out of.
Yep.
I believe.
Yep, the caves.
And sort of, backtrack the entire way. Her intention being to connect with the old sorcerer that, as Oscar references him as.
Roll me a history check.
I hope this is good. I'm gonna be fucking dying in a ditch. 18.
Okay.
Yeah. Backtracking the way with the intent to get there. You let me know how far I get.
I mean, so you get into the docks, and there's that access point. I believe I called it like a smuggler's kind of thing. The exact name escapes me. I could find out for you though.
Smuggler's section. Cove,
it was
whatever.
the cove thingamabobs. Nevertheless, you get to it, and much like the high tide, it's covered in water. And you remember, with that 18 history, you remember everything that was in there last time you were here.
Yeah, and then make a beeline, sort of with direct focus, trying to skirt around what I knew before and watch out for potential changes since then. Even though it's been 2 weeks, but a lot can change in the Maritime in 2 weeks.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, you can do it. You dive in the water. Why don't you just roll me a stealth check, because you're trying to be as stealthy as possible. You've been through here before, so look at you.
Oh, fuck.
Look at you. So you're able to go through. This is not something that's done in like a little bit of time. This is caves and whatnot. So
Yeah,
there's some navigating. You have dark vision, right?
I do.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, cool. And so I'm gonna say the stealth roll was to get through the underwater part. And you pop your head out of that outcropping that you went into the water the first time. And
we went in before from his house. Like we backtracked from the door that went into his house. We backtracked and it hooks around, right? So I'm gonna like follow that reverse hook.
It was kind of like a dead end, right? Dead end. No, it was kind of like here. Let me draw it just so we're on the same context here. Hold on.
No, you're good.
So essentially, you're going in this way, right? And it curves up and in, and then we'll have an X where house number 1, house number 2. So kind of one of these things.
Yeah, And a bit south is where the scourges were.
Yeah, this is where you went in. This is where the sturges were, and this is where
Right.
the giant octopuses were.
Okay. Right. Okay. So you let me know how far yet. I'm just going to continue. But
Yeah, for now, your stealth is cool. I'm going to say you make it to the sturges area, and then we'll come back to you in just a hot second.
so that's okay. So her entire intent to sort of like wrap it up in one bow is to sort of go the entire path because something seems off here. So she is going towards the one source of truth that we last knew to be truth, basically the wizard guy.
Absolutely.
Through the indirect path that she and potentially her party knows. And she didn't really let anybody else. She didn't really relay this to anybody else before she left. So
nope, perfectly fine. Yep, absolutely.
Dial back in whenever you want. You're good.
Oscar,
What's up?
you just made landfall for the first time in 2 weeks on a mainland. That's not an island. What do you do?
Oh God, I hate boats. And I'm gonna gather up my things and head out. At the first individual I see, I was like, "Hey, do you guys have anything, like set up that's acting as sort of like a general goods type thing now that Wine's place is gone to shit?"
Huh, Sir Oscar, it's good to see you're safe. Yes, we're eager to show you what improvements we've made since you've been gone. Definitely, the Holy Empire would be absolutely proud.
Yeah, the Holy Empire, yay. Cool. Can you lead me that way? And do you know if Mr. Edgar is busy currently?
Mr. Edgar is currently deliberating in the new courthouse. I believe he's in a meeting trying to select leaders of our town. It looks like he's trying to divide the power up. Something about equality and fairness. I wasn't quite there, but yes, he should be over at the old Thorby estate, now titled the Bestow Courthouse. Nevertheless, I would say give him some time. I will let him know and summon him. Then let him know you are here. In the meantime, please follow me. Let's find you some quarters.
Oh, great. Yeah, sure. All right. Okay. And Oscar will go forward, and as he's going forward, he's gonna like keep looking around and stuff like that. See if he notices anything like sketchy, since like we do know that there were people supposedly heading this way. As well.
Yep, the soldier would absolutely respond back in the context that, what we said earlier. You probably were still on the ship, getting your shit together. Essentially, that there has been a ship seen passing in the night that doesn't seem to want to make dock. But outside of that, nothing abnormal. There has been some emissaries from the north giving dire news of Brecca having some issues at the moment, as well as a dark cloud appearing over the eastern skies just before the Whitestone Mountains.
Okay. All right. Okay. And the ship is only, well, then it might be just a distraction then. If that's the case, we might have to be more careful about attacks from mainland. Great. Well, yeah, just let me know when we get near that general goods place. I need to purchase a few kits.
Aye, sir. Yeah, we could absolutely talk about that in a moment. But like I said, I'm sure you'll be very pleased at what we have to show you as he eagerly guides you guys towards the Bastille. And end scene. As we open up the map to Bestow. From the docks, you make your way up, all outside, well, minus Senra. You make your way up the main road to a town. Currently bringing in fish, in the process of drying out some fish, maybe salting it. The town looks to be back to normal of some sort. Occasionally you'll see a pair of soldiers kind of marching through the streets. One of them, like there's a woman who's carrying like a bucket with some sort of fruit in it, perhaps, and maybe a pear or something like that. But they trip and it spills over. The soldier goes down, and you can see the soldiers picking up the apples and pears that have fallen out of this bucket, and putting it back in the bucket for that woman as she picks it up. And it looks like they extend some sort of courtesy towards each other and continue about their businesses. Cal, as you march by on your wonderful steed, the townsfolk seem to crack smiles as you walk by. And they seem to stand up with their chin in the air. Did we lose Cal again?
I don't know, but the music's on point.
Is it now?
Cal kills him with his greatsword.
Probably.
I don't know.
I'm gonna decapitate him.
Yeah.
All right. Nevertheless, we will continue going forward then.
Oh, he said Ben phone call. I'm assuming you know context in general chat.
With my stream on, I have streamer mode enabled, so I don't hear all the dings. In 1 second.
Fair.
Oh, okay, cool. Sweet, thank you. Nevertheless, yeah, they extend him kind of signs of respect. One woman comes up and hands Cal a little daisy from her little flower bed that she has out front. And Cal accepts it graciously. Azar, walking behind Cal on his steed. Go ahead.
I was just saying, sorry about that. I'm back now.
Awesome.
Welcome back.
Somebody just gave you a flower for returning from sea.
Oh,
Bill.
I'll take the flower and I'll stare at it because I have no idea what to do with the flower. I'll find a spot to hook it to my armor.
Beautiful. You find an easy chink in your armor that you slide it into. It's almost as if you put it in a front, like, breast pocket of some sort.
Perfect.
Absolutely. You make your way towards the Bastille. The Bastille looks different now, guys. Structurally, it's still the same, but the front halls are adorned with the symbols and tabards of the militia of Bastow, or some sort of force in Bastow. As you approach the individual that met you at the dock, Sir Cal, the stables, there's a temporary stables around the side there. If you wish to please stable up your horse, and please come right inside. We're eager to show you what we've done in your past.
Oh, perfect. I'll take the horse over and make sure it's got some hay and grain.
Oh, sir, no, thank you. I'll take care of this, sir. Don't worry. You go ahead. And as seems to be a squire of some sort of helper, stable hand, takes the horse in, and ties her up, and does horse stuff with him. Absolutely.
Okay.
You all enter these halls, and
Kaith wouldn't go in. She would go back to Eldon's grave and kind of sit with him for a while. Make sure that it's cleaned up and well taken care of before she goes inside.
Sure. Why don't we RP that real quick then first? You head over to Eldon's grave, which is deep in the back next to a tree, if I remember correctly. Therein lies his cross, and the dirt, although settled in, still seems to be signs that it is still technically a fresh grave.
Can I inject one thing?
Sure.
The censer that Kate would remember having burning when people started to pay final respects and eventually depart was. Kate can roll for this. I feel is you tell me frog, but I feel whatever. It's no longer there, and I can send you a message, frog.
Are you talking about the incense thing?
Yes, yes.
I mean, if you want to send me a message, that's fine. I'm not picking up what you're throwing down, though. I feel like there might be a knowledge gap there. I should probably roll for it.
I don't think Kaith would probably notice anything missing. She was grieving a lot, so she didn't really pay much attention to what was around the grave. She just wanted to make sure that, the marker is cleaned off and there's like no litter or like fallen leaves or grass, growing around his spot. And also where we buried his hands.
He might like it if there was grass that grew on his spot, though.
Gotcha. And although Kaith does not remember this, you do remember who lies beneath you. What do you wish to do or say?
So she's gonna have tears and just kind of tells him that she wishes he was still here for guidance and to provide her a father figure to look up to. She feels that she's lost as Cal has become a replacement, but she looked up to Eldon as far as how to handle Oscar and things like that.
Roll a... let's go with... Fuck it, roll a religion check. Just because I said so.
I don't ever question.
Nice. So, okay, so let me paint a picture real quick. So the grave is under this tree. I believe you guys look for a weeping willow, if I remember correctly, or some tree like that. Nevertheless, fucking tree above your head that casts shadows down on top of the grave under certain angles of the sun. As you're kneeling down and looking down at Eldon's grave, you feel drips on your shoulder, and then on your other shoulder, and then around your back. It's almost like a drizzle has started.
So, being curious, I'm just gonna look up and see where it's coming from.
It looks like the tree is raining.
Just the tree?
It appears that way. And it's subtle. And it only lasts for a mere couple seconds.
Kaith isn't gonna think much of it. She maybe just thinks that it rained, while they were gone, and could just be the remnants of a rain or like the dew dripping off the tree.
Absolutely. All right. You finish your words with Eldon, and I'll leave you outside for a hot second. Cal, Fate, are you going to go inside the cathedral?
Sure.
All right. I'll tell you what, while you guys open the door, at least the doors get opened for you, we're going to pause that real quick, and the camera's going to dive through the burnt house of wine into the caves and all the way to Senra, rolling another stealth check.
Doing it. Doing it. Maybe decently well.
Well enough to get past Sturgis. Absolutely.
She swims past, holding her breath.
Absolutely. You make it past the Sturgis and up the stairwell, or at least the cave entrances, or the cave hallway, thank you, where you see dried blood and spatterings on the wall.
Old dried blood. She kind of rested a hand on the now maybe month-old dried blood of a friend long gone for a quick second, and before moving forward, and progresses into what one of her questionable teammates references as the wizard's house.
You get to the end of that cave area to reveal that ladder with the trap door vertically above you. You attempt to push it open. It's locked.
Is there a bit of a ladder to it, or is it like cut off to some degree higher to her stature?
I'm sorry, you said, what was that exactly?
I missed on the description.
Basically, it's like a ladder that's kind of hewn into the stone, and it's like a vertical shaft up, not too high, maybe 15 feet. And there's a trap door a wooden trap door. It's like the bottom of the house, basically.
But did she like try to like knock it to open? It didn't open type thing?
Yeah, you're trying to push it. It's locked. It seems to be padlocked from the other side, or something is preventing it.
I'm gonna do a history check.
Sure.
I'm trying to recall. I'm gonna roll before I describe the story that I read on the book still. That sort of described something that connected to Sinner's past, or like the semblance. If you get what I'm putting down.
I'm not, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Oh shit! I rolled a 3. I knock wildly, apparently, upon the bottom door, waiting to see if anybody answers.
Sure. You knock vigorously.
Mm-hmm.
You knock again after about a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Is that a good sign?
You hear crying from the other side of the wood.
As soon as I hear that, I shove the dancing blade through my perception of where the locking mechanism may be.
Sure.
Just shove it straight through. Try to break the lock.
Give me a strength check.
I'm gonna rage for it. Or is it too late to say?
No, man. This is RP. You can do whatever the fuck you want.
Try to be fair.
I'll let you know when you're not fair. Don't worry.
That would be advantage. So, or for a secondary.
14 is more than enough to slam through a little shoddy padlock. Boom! As your dancing sword slams through it, and you hear crank, bank, boom. The door is able to be pushed open.
I zero in on the sound of the crying.
You're gonna go. You said you're gonna go through the door.
Yeah, I jettison, not jettison. I climb up through the doorway, yep. Sort of like getting an ear to where the crying is coming from, sort of like surveying my immediate landscape.
Absolutely.
And seeing what my options are.
Absolutely. It's dark here, but your dark vision kicks in, and you see a baby crying. Not a baby, but let's say a 2 or 3 year old crying. Probably from the banging. You probably scared the shit out of it. And a mom, oh my god, come here! As she begins to grab her child and move away from you.
Do I notice them?
Yeah,
as
it's absolutely
any recognition.
Absolutely. You don't even need to roll for that. You absolutely know that this is Edgar's wife and child.
I'm looking to see if I had anything. Quiet. We just returned.
I'm gonna have her roll the history though. Oh my god. Who are you? Are you gonna hurt us?
No.
And she's covering her baby's eyes.
No, I'm not gonna hurt you. Or anybody of your household. Be
help!
calm.
Help!
Quiet. And I'm like sort of like starting to chant what Keith was saying before of like find a peaceful moment and like chant that moment through you with for Sen was like connecting with a rat basically, but she's just sort of going with it for the quick 20 seconds here to see if the other woman picks up with it. Be calm. I've been here before with your husband. It's okay.
So it's very dim light here. To her, you're a silhouette.
Yeah.
She hears your voice. You know what? Fuck it. Roll to recognize your fucking voice. Oh shit! I just dropped that shit on the floor.
That's a D20 foul. I automatically win.
With a 17. Okay, so she calms down. Oh, like she kind of is. Senra, is that you?
Yes. Be still. Be quiet. Be calm.
What are you doing in my floor?
I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to learn to to take a moment to understand. We just arrived back from trying to... I'm getting ahead of myself. I apologize.
I just don't understand why you're coming through my floor and not my front door.
It's the only safe sanction I knew based on what we left. When we left.
Oh.
If you want to... secure is the wrong word, but console the young one, we can talk.
Toby, go upstairs to your brother. Senra.
Yes, sorry.
You don't fret. Things have changed since you've been gone. It's been like 2 weeks. We thought you dead.
We just arrived back this day. As we pulled in, people were, from what I can see from the Cannoneers' windows, they seemed welcome in open arms, but any town that I can think of that has been under siege for less than a fortnight, at least the Moons, would not have that type of reception. Something seemed to miss. So I swam through the nethers that your husband directed us to provide escape out of the same house.
Give me a persuasion check on that.
Sure. Oh, that's a fucking 1. Oh, that's a 4. Oh, God.
Too bad that's a performance. I was looking for a persuasion.
Oh, shit. That is a performance. Persuasion. It's still a 1. Oh, shit. It's a 20.
Fantastic. So,
like I said.
She kind of... You're right. I can see your perspective, but my husband's in charge now. He's done...
Is that not a good thing?
It's a wonderful thing. There's nothing but love in my husband's heart.
I'm inside her?
Sure. Yeah, man. Go ahead.
Oh, it's a fucking 1. God damn it.
So much hate. All the hate.
I mean,
he's completely sincere. He seems like a cool dude.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
100%. Come. Would you care for some tea? Let's talk a little.
Yes.
And get out of this darkness. It doesn't suit you.
The darkness does suit me. Others have tried to advise me otherwise recently, but I think I'm not adjusted to it yet. If you could have the flame of the tea under a low window, maybe, I think that'd be good for me.
If that makes you feel good and comfortable, sure.
That'll calm my nerves. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And at the same time, she's going to keep an eye and an ear open to the windows and the streets beyond.
You hear rumbling coming from upstairs. Toby, keep it down up there.
Am I able to discern that that's actually kids?
I mean, it's pitter patter. I guess you could. It doesn't sound like heavy foots.
What have they roll for kid detection?
I mean, you can just insight it again if you wish.
Okay.
That don't sound like a kitty foot.
That sounds like a fucking kid. Goddamn kids. If I know kids, I fucking know kids. And that motherfucker Oscar don't know kids. Therefore, that means I know kids.
Awesome.
Sorry.
So, for the next...
I was an aside that's not actual reality, in case you were wondering, Oscar.
So, as, you sit down for your spot of tea, she continues...
We can pause, right?
Yeah, we're going to pause. She just explains to you kind of everything that's been happening for the past 2 weeks in town.
And what was all that?
As she starts talking, the camera pulls out of the front door of the Edgar's estate, heading back to the Steel. Say good?
Is that fair? Fair.
The doors open up. Fate and Cal and Oscar.
I would have because I was pretty, eyes on the prize. I would have been like, hey, you can show me where we're gonna sleep later. I want to see I need things now. I need to stop by the general goods store. Like,
Well, that's what I'm
I've
trying
been,
to tell you. We have an armory now.
bro, bro.
I want that type of armory. Like, I don't think it's gonna help us.
Like, I need
That is not an
herbalist
armory.
kit and an alchemist kit. I don't
Wait.
need a sword.
Oh, our armory is mixed. Don't you understand? We're still very much we're still trying to recruit, but we find more and more goods every day. I mean, even going through Thorby's estate, that was a gold mine in parchment. Some scrolls, I believe, were found.
What kind of scrolls?
Oh, now you're interested.
What kind of scrolls?
Well, I don't know. Let's go talk to Wine.
Wine? Oh God, fine. If that man tries to shoot me, I swear to God.
So this cathedral, as you walk in, it seems to be like clean. I'm not gonna say spotless, but like it's wow. In comparison, the last time you were here, this place is like whoa. And there's in the center, they kept pews on one side, with the statue of Helm in the middle, and the on the left side seems to be some sort of a training circle. It looks like the back room to the left was converted from a storage closet into some sort of a barrack where there seems to be bunk beds side by side. There seems to be a rug that goes to the right-hand side that goes down into the pits of the Bastille. You guys remember where those rock elementals were? And you can hear the sounds coming from down there, and it sounds to be like training, some cadences, things of that nature. One second.
All right.
Huh. I'm gonna go down there and see the training.
I knew you would, but I gotta change the song first. One second.
What, creepy chant music is not the vibe?
I'm about to say, like, the music's on point.
I'm looking for more ambiance at the moment.
At the movies.
Dun dun dun.
And the inside of the Bastille looks like this.
Did you put up a picture?
I hope so.
Let me move.
Minus the amount of people.
Damn, I don't remember that big old statue. Damn, that shit look nice.
Yep, there was absolutely a statue of Helm when we first went in here. We just never really spent too much time looking at it. It actually has a statue of Helm. It's not quite the archangel that you're looking at in the picture. Once again, this is more of just a setting kind of situation. But the statue of Helm is just about as tall. And he has like a hand sticking out with a gauntlet on it. And he's just like armored up, and he's got a shield that leans against his knee. In fact, when Azar walks in, he immediately goes up to it and takes a knee for a little bit. Absolutely. So, we'll do this a couple different ways. Let's go with Oscar first. As over-the-shoulder camera, you're walking in, and the halls is just adorned in tabards and banners. You see soldiers walking out, getting ready for their next round of duty. Altogether, you see about anywhere between 13 to like 16 guardsmen in here, all wearing similar style clothing. Some young, most are actually young. So it looks like most of them maybe even still in the teens. Nevertheless, they're old enough to hold a sword. As your chauffeur to the left, you make it to the armory. Inside the armory, as you walk in, you see a display, like someone's like caretaking this place, right? You see a display of some swords, some janky armors. Granted, it's very much a scavenge mission when it comes to stocking this room up. But as you look to the right, the desk or some sort of table is here, and that's where you see. Oh, look at you! Welcome back.
Oh, hey, Wine, how you holding up? Nice to see you, buddy.
He wants to know how I'm holding up. I'm doing great.
Okay.
I
Good
found
to
I
hear.
found new purpose. Look.
New.
And he kind of holds up his tabard. It shows the symbol of the city of Bestow on it.
Oh, so you made that. That's cool. It's very uniform. Um, so I see you're at the desk. I'm looking for some things. And I also heard there were some scrolls, and there might be some of, interest to me. Do you think you could help me with that?
He's asking me to see if I can help him. Yes, I can help you. We do have a policy here, though.
Paul, okay.
Yep. Until we really get up our forces and get our stock up, we have kind of a give in, give out policy. Something in, something out. No cost.
Okay. Uh, sure. Okay. Let me see what there is in, and then I will leave something out. I see no issues with that.
Egnor is also here, and you see him perusing around, and he looks at Wine. What's up, old chum? Egnor! Oh, I can't believe he's alive. He's alive. I haven't seen him in forever. Egnor, you got anything for trade? No. No, I'm here with these guys. They sort of saved me. As he's taking off his bone armor and puts down his ribcage shield made from the flesh of a 13-year-old.
That needs to stop being brought up.
Hey, to be fair, none of us know that because none of us know Kavol
Correct.
context.
Oh, great. That means
It's just
Egnor did
codes.
it.
Basically, yeah.
So they kind of banter back and forth, kind of ignoring you, Oscar, at the moment.
Ha ha ha. Yay. So yeah, actually, that makes me curious. So did you give Wine that wand? Or sell him that wand?
Even though you saved my life, I must tell you, I always keep my business affairs confidential.
You're Western now?
I'm just well rested now.
That's amazing.
That's just a little bit of sleep. Will get you nice and Western. Well,
Nothing like getting rocked to sleep by the beautiful ocean.
okay, but yeah, well, what was yeah, so Wine, do you guys have like a herbalism kit or an alchemist kit, or and also those scrolls? I wanted to see if any of them, were like these scrolls, and he like opens up his bag, like with his left arm, he opens up like part of his bag slightly and shows off a couple of the spell scrolls. So yeah, well, where can I find those?
He wine dips down behind the counter and pulls out like this equivalent of like a wooden milk crate, and it has rolled up parchments in it, sticking out of the top. And he explains that this is what we have so far that we found. Some from the Thorby estate, some from trade, as this dock is still very much open for trade here and there. As it seems to be more trade than usual because of the current condition of Brecca. Nevertheless, these are the scrolls he has. Scroll of Ensnaring Strike, Scroll of Green Flame Blade, Scroll of Identify, Scroll of Message, a Scroll of, oh my god, Autiluk's Resilient Sphere, a Scroll of Sword Burst, a Scroll of Vicious Mockery.
Would you be able to post those like in one of the chats, and I can, like, could you just put that in the Roll20 chat really quick? Like copy paste. If not, I can type it all out. I'll just need you to say it again because my hand wasn't on the keyboard.
Yeah, I know. Let me see if it even copies properly. 1 second. Now, the gold value is there as just a trade value concept at the moment. But what do you want with scrolls? No one really uses these things.
They even scrolls have their use. All right.
As you banter around, Wine throws Egnor a leather jerkin, and tells him to grab a short sword off the wall, which he does so. What do you wish to do, Oscar?
All right, I'm going to grab the after observing them all and figuring out what they do. I'm going to grab the scroll of ensnaring strike, the scroll of identify, the scroll of message, and the scroll of Otoluk's resilient sphere. And
Oh, excuse me, hold on. What do you plan on giving back?
and Oscar.
Can I ask for clarification? Where everyone else is in relation to context of this?
The only people that should be within an earshot, I believe, is Fate and Cal at the moment of what's going on right now.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And Oscar, he will pull out. He'll be like, do these work? And he pulls out a couple gems. These work?
And what are the price on these gems? Did you write them
They're
down
each
already?
100. They're each 100 gold each.
So, I mean, whatever they work with, as long as you add up the values and take away what you're getting in, then yes. And Wine would basically comment on how he could use these to trade for better gear for the militia.
Did you say Kate and...
Kate is outside praying, or not praying, but mourning Eldon. And you're in the house talking with Wifey Poo.
Yeah,
120, 240.
Kate and Cal, but what about Fate?
No, Fate's with Cal right now and Oscar.
Okay, thank you.
240, 260.
Which,
so
by
it'd
the
be
way,
800.
Cal and Fate, you're more than welcome to join in on this
820.
conversation.
Other than that, let's see. I have magic feathers, but I was gonna use those.
So as you kind of go through all that stuff, Fate, you hear this conversation going on. What do you wish to say or do?
Not much. I was gonna go look at the training with Dirk.
And this was all at the Thorby estate, which is like a bit of a distance from the docks.
No, this is at the cathedral.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have everything, the map up that we're referencing.
I only see the cathedral, so I wasn't sure if... I kind of had the impression that, like, Thorby...
The old Thorby estate is now the Bestow Courthouse.
7, 9.
Okay. So he just renamed it.
Yes. But this is the Bastille, where you guys got the whole rock elemental situation.
But that's also where Wine is sort of reigning supreme at.
Yeah, he's not reigning supreme. He seems to be their armory keeper.
Okay. Okay, I'm catching up, sorry. I kind of had the impression that he was at Thorby Estate, which was like a different location than the Bastille.
No. He seems to be the what do you call the person that makes sure all the weapons and not the sergeant at arms.
I'm actually not gonna take the scroll of message.
I forgot what you call it, but whatever. He's the one that maintains their armory.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because cantrips aren't really worth.
So there's two distinct locations. Okay, and we're at basically the Bastille.
Yeah,
No,
right
I'll
now.
take it anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Screw it.
Sorry for the
That's all
additional
right.
questions.
So, Cal and Fate, as you go take a look at the training, it seems to be about 7 soldiers, or 7 militiamen, and they each have wooden, kind of, what looks to be wooden swords, and they're sparring each other as they click, clack, and snap, and occasionally a wooden sword shatters a little bit. Nevertheless, they seem to be, doing their training thing. They actually turn to you, Cal, in particular. They slam their heels together and put their hand on their chest, kind of saluting you as they go back into their training afterwards.
I'll acknowledge them and give them a salute back.
Cal, you look around and you look up and you see Azar praying at the statue of Helm once again with that gloved hand kind of reaching to the ceiling of this cathedral. Make a perception check for me real quick, Cal.
Okay. Oops.
Is this like a Jackson glove, contrary to Oscar's glove?
Is this it?
Michael Jackson, like Michael Jackson,
Yeah,
Thor, one glove.
I mean-
Oscar has the other.
Sure.
I was just context.
Yeah, it looks
Can
like
you do the... Oh, wait, no. Maybe it's working now. Okay, there we go. You wanted me to do which one?
perception, please.
Okay. And that is... Oops, there we go.
Nice. With a nat 20 on your perception check, you look up and you notice that this statue is very finely carved, but it looks like the glove is made of a different material altogether.
Huh, that's strange. Was this statue here before?
Yes.
Or is it a new addition?
No, the statue's always been here. I remember making reference to it last time you were in here, just no one really investigated it.
Yeah, we were more worried about the moving statues.
Correct.
Okay. Can I tell what type of material it looks like the glove is made from?
Not from this distance. It is a pretty tall statue.
Okay, no worries. I'm gonna ignore that and keep moving.
Roger that. You make your way downstairs, I suppose?
Yep.
You make your way downstairs, and it looks very reminiscent to what it was before, with that mystical fire pit that's down there. Except it's very clean down here. No signs of rats as before. The prison cells are now fully functioning with a proper release latch. The end room where that dead dwarf was when you found the drift globe is no longer there, as it's been cleaned up, and it looks to be some sort of headmaster's kind of barracks, where maybe the officers would be at some point. It looks very reminiscent to your olden days when you used to scrub the floors of the knights when you were a younger boy.
Oh. This is actually pretty cool to see. They've come a long way since we've been gone.
A guard comes behind you. Sire, have everything been meeting your recommendations?
Yes, definitely. You guys have made a lot more progress than I would have thought.
Yes, if it wasn't for that lost ship, there was a bunch of refugees that came in recently who were willing to bear arms for us for a simple meal and some
Lost.
coin.
When did that ship come in?
Some 4 or 5 days ago. Most of them from the north. Something about a whispering pyramid, something like that. It wasn't very clear, but we put them straight into training. At least how to shoot a bow and how to swing a sword properly. Nevertheless, it's better than nothing, and way better than what it was before, right?
Yes, yes, definitely. He says while thinking that this better not be that ship that left the island ahead of us.
I do not know which ship you're speaking of.
I said thinking,
Oh,
not saying.
never mind. Fair enough. Well, I must tend
It's
back.
a mind reader. Kill him.
I must tend to my duties. It is almost my time for patrol. Make yourself at home. Feel free to use any one of these beds in this room. I feel you deserve a spot here.
Definitely. I'll pick a good bed and set some stuff up. And I'll have to be back in just a moment.
Absolutely. So, Fate, you're still watching training?
Yep.
As you're watching training, one of the alpha males that are in this circle point to you. So, what do you got?
Well, let me show you. Let's fight.
So he kind of takes his sword up into a kind of a salute. He also seems to be rocking a scimitar. Not a scimitar, excuse me. I meant to say rapier.
All right.
He looks to you and presents his blade.
I'm gonna draw mine and take a fighting stance.
What do you say? 2 points wins?
Sure.
Okay. Just roll a d20, flat d20 for me. He begins with a simple lunge towards your cheek area. You kind of parry it back and follow it up with an underhand swing with your rapier. He spins to the side and tries to catch you across your back. You bring your blade across and parry again. Your footwork is incredible as you lunge forward and you double step backwards and you're twisting to the side. He's trying to keep up with you. He goes low, you go low. He goes high, you go high with your parry. And then he does a double tap, pop, pop, and kind of pops you on your chest. Ha! 1 point me. Round 2.
Let's go.
Rolling another d20 flat. With a 15, you are the aggressor here as you do a stutter stab and you feint. He falls for it with a downwards parry and then you lunge straight in. It wasn't fancy, but it got you the point. Okay. Round 3 then?
Yep.
He feints. You parry to the side. He swipes at you across, like neck level. You duck under it, and as you lunge up to his chest, he brings his rapier down and kind of spins it out. And what'd you roll? 12. And basically, as he spins it out, he turns your blade almost against you and gets a spot just under your floating rib. Ha. You know, we train here every day. You're welcome to continue helping from time to time if you wish. This guy seems to be pretty arrogant, but for good reason. He seems to have very good fencing type of work here.
All right. Continue the good work. And I'm gonna go upstairs and outside.
Too bad fencing doesn't do much in real battle.
You said upstairs and outside?
Yep.
So you go upstairs to where that raccoon was killed before, when you first came into here. Actually, you weren't here for that. So, yeah, you go upstairs, and it seems to be a head. It's where the portholes are, where you could see out of the walls into the dock area. And this seems to be like almost like a command center. There's maps, there's drawings, there's letters, there's a whole bunch of shit in here right now.
Well, look at the maps.
The
Is there
maps.
like a full layout of everything mapped out?
In the general area, yes. It seems to be more trade routes. This particular one that you're holding on to seems to highlight the Hagfen area, which is an inlet river south of this current location that goes in towards the Whitestone Mountains. It also depicts a trade route that gets you to Brecca, as well as a town called Beaton. And it seems to kind of just show preliminary trade routes. It may look like trade, maybe it's more soldier movement, maybe they're plotting an expansion. There seems to be a lot of that kind of work, little arrows and X's here and there.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of just stay there and ponder and wonder what's for dinner.
All right. Keith, you've been hanging around Eldon's grave for a good 10 to 15 minutes. What are you going to do?
Probably just collect myself, splash my face with some water out of my canteen, and just head inside.
You go inside and you see everything I had displayed earlier, as well as you see to the left this armory where you currently see Oscar as well as Wine and Egnor kind of just talking back and forth about these scrolls.
I think I'm gonna check out the pew area since they cleaned that out, because I was working on that before we left.
Correct. It's not exactly how you left it. It seems like people took creative liberties to change things up, and it looks like some of them have begun to be in the process of being oiled to kind of make it look very shiny and presentable, as this is a converted church.
So I'll just go over there and just play around with them, maybe move them a little bit to where I think they would look better. Like not like noticeable for everyone else to know, like just kind of straighten the pews out the way I feel as though they should be straight.
Sure. Roll me a sleight of hand, just because. Okay. You try to you're sliding around some of the pews to get them in a more suitable for you, and they grind against the floor. Here, the whole training circle stops as the sound echoes through the chamber here. Hey, don't move that. We had it the way we wanted it.
It wasn't straight.
What do you mean it's not straight? And they kind of march over. Mind you, these are alpha male teenagers, 18, 19-year-old, maybe a 21-year-old's in the mix, right? And they're kind of hovering over you, this halfling, and they begin to move the pews back to where they had them.
I'll probably just go behind them and just move them just like an inch, maybe a half inch.
They respond how they're standing right in front of you, and they see you do this.
I'm just gonna smile at them and just move the next one anyway.
Look, if you're going to be a nuisance in the House of Helm, you're welcome to leave.
I was here first.
Captain! Captain comes over.
Cal!
Cal?
Cal comes over.
Captain, she's moving everything around after we have put everything strategically where we wanted it, and now she's being a nuisance.
Oh, you're tattling. I thought we were just calling random people.
So, am I being called as the captain, or is that somebody else?
They seem to be hailing you over as captain, correct?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's she's been doing that since we first liberated this place from, well, weird creatures and moving statues. It has been pretty nice, though. So what are you guys doing over here instead of sparring?
Aye, sir. And they'll go back to the circle with slight grunts here and there. They're not fully trained yet, but yeah, they go by whatever you told them.
Well, I didn't actually tell him to. I just asked, but that works.
Well, they're reading between the lines. The Tsar stands up and goes to you, Cal, and Keith. My lord, I'm sorry to intrude. It seems you've got some notoriety here. I'm very, very happy for you, sire.
Definitely seems like it. That's this has become a place of that god you've been worshiping, hasn't it?
It appears so, and it does bring me favor. I'm quite happy about it. It makes me feel closer. But it
It
doesn't.
makes me wonder if this is the place that if he started calling to you from this place originally.
Remains to be seen, sire. Nevertheless, duty and God. That being the case, what's next, sire?
Well, I need to go and speak to the mayor and see about things, as well as see about checking with the blacksmith about getting this armor fixed.
Aye. Maybe we should send some emissary to go grab him. I believe they had said he was in a meeting for the moment.
That might be a good idea.
Azar turns. You there. Go fetch Edgar. We wish to speak. And with a salute, he starts running down the hallway towards the courthouse. And we're going to pause there and pull out. Senra, you're having this chit-chat for half an hour with the wonderful wife of Edgar.
Yes.
She's explained over the course of the half hour about when you guys left, and, those 5 to 10 little recruits turned into 10 more, and then the refugees came in, and now there's about a force of about 30 to 40 total.
Ruffians multiply. Yes, that's usually how it escalates.
Absolutely. Wait, what?
The ruffians multiply, and they raid upon your doorstep, threatening your kin and ilk.
Please, you seem to have a very skewed perception. These are good people. They're protecting things that they value. They have a home here. Most of them don't have a home anymore.
I mean, you kind of said it, didn't you? They're protecting what they value. What about what you value?
We all value life and liberty and love in this town.
Do you feel like that's what they value as well?
I believe in the best intentions of my husband. I believe he has great judging character. And it hasn't failed yet. We've had scouts come back with proof of slain ogres and goblins.
Proof of what? Like how? Hearts, livers,
the
spleens?
the stained blood on their blades. We don't keep trophies here.
Nor would I expect you to with, she just silently points to the above.
Points to the what?
To the above, the children above.
Gotcha.
Nor would I expect you to. It's just, where would such trophies be kept if they were actually being kept?
Well,
I can't help but be, I don't want to say that I don't believe, but there's not a right word that I feel encompasses that, rather than saying that I don't believe. I'm new here. I haven't been swayed like you have.
Oh, I understand. I would say give it a chance before judging something that you feel uncomfortable with. Try. Find a happy place.
You're gonna grasp her hand. Where is this happy place?
Happy place
is it your children sleeping in your bed upon your roof that you would bet your lives upon?
Yes, my children bring me happiness, and it is my duty to supply them with safety and protection until they are old enough to defend themselves.
That's not what I asked, though, is it? I asked what you would bet your happiness upon. Are you betting your happiness upon them?
I trust in my husband's better judgment. He will not lead us astray. He is the right man that Cal and party picked. He was a good pick.
glances towards Eldon, I think is the correct term, the correct phrase, name. Sorry. The wizard basically. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
She's referencing her husband, aka the wizard, and not the crazy loony.
That's
Correct.
wine.
Yeah,
Wine.
wine is the crazy loony. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I'm
Wine,
just getting
wine's
context.
wine.
Okay. So you trust him sincerely?
I do, with my life.
Honestly.
He's my love. I trust him with every decision he's made. He's a very humble man.
In relation to the house?
Say again?
Where are we in relation to the house?
You're in the living room.
I don't know if that answers that question. I don't... Okay. Okay.
I don't understand your question then. Are you talking about the
No,
town?
it was vague. And I don't think as a player I won't push it.
What house are you talking about?
Currently, he's at Edgar's Pottery, the original.
Yeah, center is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, to sort of like pause the entire universe at the moment, Senra is contemplating where she is in relation to the person she's speaking to, as in regards to the person she's speaking to says she has high regard to, aka her kids. So if she were to go try to assault her kids, would she be honest in the same regards? She's not going to test that thread. She's not testing that thread. She's just decided not to test that thread. So she's sort of like just stepping back from that venture. Okay. I trust you, but what do you have around here that can maybe help us? I feel like there is more happening here. When basically, if I'm being completely honest with you, madam, and I mean to be, because honestly, your kid's life is at stake here.
That was the wrong way to put that.
Came into the docks here. You're not here, Oscar. We came into the docks here, and something felt off, which is why I snuck back here, expecting something to say, sort of signify to me, to give a tell that something needed aid. And from what you're saying, nothing needs aid.
You are.
So I guess I'll leave.
She kind of stopped, like her mouth is open, as she feels you just threatened her children.
She kind of did. I guess I'll leave, and while I'll do so, and Senra just kind of like is idly talking while looking through the bookshelf. Fifth from the last, I think it was. That's right. And pull that book that we referenced and we talked about before. I think I'll take this with me. And she turns to walk out the front door and sneak out into the night and do stealths and everything.
Still daytime, but I get what you're saying.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I blend into the sun.
I said a thing. You tell me what I need to do.
Yeah,
So.
You just threatened some children and shoplifted, so that happened. Fantastic. As you leave the building doing Senra stuff.
Not taking it back. I said what I did.
So that happened. So, Oscar, it's been a long time deliberating back and forth between the scrolls and whatnot. I assume you've added it up on the off time here to acquire what you require. You're welcome to just write it down in the loot chat what you're trading for, and then I could reference that later. So in the meantime, for the sake of the story, we don't have to go through each thing you grabbed. You can put that in the loot chat. Feel free.
I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask Wine. So you keep saying you've done a lot of trade with some people that are still coming. Did you? And you guys have gone. I could see you guys have more weapons. Like some not including the weapons we left over, like those 80 some weapons or whatever we left here. But did you manage to find anything else sort of like that wand you have? Or and do you have a herbalism kit?
He's asking me if I have an herbalism kit. No, why would I have an herbalism kit? It's an armory. It's not an herbalist kit. It's an armory. No!
They told me I could find an herbalism kit in the armory. I thought it was weird too. I said that.
Why are you yelling at me?
I'm sorry. But yeah, did they trade you anything that like magic or whatever, or
No,
did they just trade you arms?
no sooner than you say that, Agnor. Oh, fine. Where'd you get that? And he's pointing to a sickle on the wall, which has the crest
Sickle.
of the Holy Empire on it. Wine responds back. It came on a ship. Someone was trading it. Gave him a leather armor and a couple of battle axes for it. On the sickle itself, it's finely crafted. The blade is super sharp. The handle, it's a fine, like shiny oiled wood, and it has like a silver kind of spiral pattern going through the handle area. It reflects sunlight, almost like mirror.
Mind if I Agnor, what is that something interesting as Oscar
Well,
like turns and looks towards it?
interesting if you comparing it to all the other mundane shit in here. But yeah, this seems to be quite a mastercraft sickle. Strange that someone would pour so much heart and soul into something so trivial as a sickle, but well, cut nevertheless.
Oscar walks over to it. Is it similar to the short sword I showed you before? Is it the same kind of thing?
You talking about the Holy Empire short sword?
Yeah.
Yes, except this one is a little different. This one has been traded freely, which takes away the negative penalty.
Oh, so Oscar like picks it up, um, and so it would still have the persuasion thing, but uh like the attunement abilities of it, but it doesn't. Um.
Basically, you don't have to make the charisma save.
Oh, cool. Wine. Um. Can I trade for this?
He looks at Agnar. Wine's like, Agnar, what value would you put on that, Well, in my travels, something like this goes. Mastercraft, Holy Empire, it's got the history. At least 1,000.
Sorry, give me a sec. My dog just scared the shit out of me. She like went into her cage and then started screaming.
Is she still like super young, like learning the cage atmosphere?
No, she's 2 years old. The
Pretty
bottom of the
old.
cage, yeah, the bottom of the cage has like the tray.
Yeah.
It's like there's like whole like lines broken out of it because of her weight onto the tray. So I think she ran into it and her paw pad got stuck in that or some shit.
She
She's also a weenie.
So,
She's yeah.
about this armory.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay.
Sorry. Cute dogs. Sorry.
Let's see. So you said it's like 1,000 gold.
In trade value. Remember, I guess you could technically cough up gold for it, but the policy until the armory gets, packed, it's more of a give in, take out kind of situation.
Yeah. Something. I mean, I don't think there's anyone around that'd be able to trade for this. Um, if it's that high of a value. How about this? Do you use components for like magic? No, you wouldn't use that, would you? That's not useful. I mean, back on the ship that we came on, there's a ass ton of food and shit. Would that work? There's like 19 or like 18 barrels of food.
It's been 2 weeks, but
No, no, not. It's been 2 weeks since we left, but it's only been 2 days since
Yeah,
we
like 2.5, 3
shipped
days.
off.
Yeah.
And they were all like foods with like like they were for like traveling, so they should last. They should still be fine after 2 days.
I believe that's something for the quartermaster to worry about, but he's not here. He's at the wall.
Uh, okay. Well, how about this? And Oscar grabs his scimitar, not his scimitar, his rapier. All right. This is literally the only, and also his rapier has like the like it was supposed to sort of look like a cane, like a staff or something like that when
Mm-hmm.
it's sheathed. And he's like, "How? This is literally the only weapon I use. Do you want to just hold on to it for now? I don't want someone else grabbing this thing while I'm gone. If it
Is
is
there anything
worthwhile."
inherently magical to it out of character?
Um, I mean it looks like a staff. Like it looks like it would be like a wizard's rod, and like as I pass it off, I can do like a minor illusion to just like pew, like things like spark off of it. I mean, and I'd be like, I mean, some people might not think it's too special, but it served me well.
Roll a deception check with the whole minor illusion situation.
Oh, it was okay. Sure. It was more of a flourish, but fuck it. 12.
You must trade me nothing for something. Yeah, I'll tell you what. You help us reclaim some more stuff, and I'll give it to you on loan.
Uh, sure. I still have a gem left on me. The rest of the gems are party inventory. I'll see what if they're interested. But yeah, sure.
Consider that a down payment.
Uh, okay. Oscar hands over his last gem.
And he takes it and puts it in the big pile of gems that you gave him earlier. And he hands you the +1 sickle.
Okay, so this is essentially a weaker version of the short sword, right?
It's basically has a sickle property. It's just a +1,
Okay.
but it's
Wait,
it's
so
mastercraft.
oh, so it doesn't have the attunement ability with persuasion?
I thought we already covered that base. Yeah, you don't have to do the persuasion checks.
Okay. So I misunderstood that. I thought, but because the no, what I was referring to is because the other one, when you attune to it, it gives you expertise with persuasion. Or
This is a mastercraft +1 sickle
okay.
from the Holy Empire.
Okay, I see. I see. So it's a different type of item. Okay, I see. That's my understanding. It's fine. Someone else might still find use in it, and when I meet up with the party, I'll show it to him.
I think the other one required you to succeed a check
Yes.
in order
Yeah,
to get those
that's what he was
gains.
talking about, and I misunderstood. Like that's what I thought he was talking about.
Yeah, but like nobody
Uh,
had done that, so
well, no, it's because no
none of
one
us benefited.
we need to get it transferred from the family, the Dunnos or whatever, in order to be able to even try. So, so yeah, I'll head off and I'll let the others know what I found. Uh, and and I'll see if anyone wants to use it. Oh, and this is what I grabbed.
After this conversation happens, you start to hear faint "two arms" in the distance, and a bell rings frantically in the middle of town.
Is that all of us hearing it?
Oh, 100%. This
Oh.
was made to be heard.
2 arms and heading out.
Azar follows closely behind. Fate
Yep.
heading out as well.
I'm getting
Yes,
the horse,
sir.
by the way.
I'm sorry, say again, Oscar? Or not Oscar, fucking Senra?
That was Cal.
I heard I heard Cal's running out. I thought I heard Senra's voice in there too. What are you doing, Oscar? Or fucking A, Senra?
I did not comment. I wasn't sure if that was
Yeah, I said
about
I'm getting
me
my.
or including me.
You know, everyone hears that. So you hear kind of echoing through town, 2 arms. You start to see as you go outside, well, Senra, for you, since you're kind of out and about doing Senra stuff, so you would start seeing civilians kind of going into their homes.
I'm gonna head to the docks.
You head to the docks, okay?
Making my way there and sort of keeping an eye on the entire major establishments that we knew betrayed us before, more or less. Like the place that you know, where like the session or 2 after Thorby's where they had like the archers and above like the tavern, basically.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
So you're heading into that by the brothel.
Yeah, but like not going there, but like staying like a good half block away and surveying to see if anything happens.
Absolutely. All right. So as you go that way, you'll start to see, once again, you'll see civilians going in. You'll see the town's guard kind of pull out their swords and start heading towards the main gate. And Cal, you, Fate, and Keith, are you heading that way as well, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna head that way. I'm just gonna stay towards the back.
Fantastic.
My perception is coming from the west, so can I also have a view on the ship, which from my perception I think is looking at the brothel and like northeast of the brothel is the ship.
The brothel's here. The ship would be here. The main gate, let's say, is right over here. And this is a hill that goes uphill slightly. And it kind of tapers off up here. So
I don't know where Senua came out of the lady's house.
right over here.
Kind of.
You went this way.
Okay. Can I drag a token, or can I kind of make a mark?
Yeah, go ahead.
How to? I don't know how to.
Just put your token wherever you want. Yeah.
I don't know how to.
Your token?
I don't see a thing to drag my token, like in like Gold 20 standards, at least.
Oh, you're in roll 20? I thought you were on tabletop.
I am on tabletop, but like I don't see a similar thing on tabletop to like
I have 2
say like
tokens now.
How
here's
about
my token on tabletop. in
what
order
are
to
you
drag
what are
it.
you trying to do?
Can you see my pink finger?
Yes.
I'm going back here. I'm looking at. My intention is to look towards the ship as well as. Thank you. That was so fucking simple. Once you did it, it made so much sense. I'm looking towards the ship that we came in on, as well as basically the bar that betrayed us.
The bar that betrayed you?
Yeah, the
brothel bar.
father. Yeah, where they were up on the second deck, shooting down upon us. I'm like 30 or 40 away from that.
Yeah,
in my head.
Those are bandits that were up there. That wasn't employees of the brothel.
I know, but like from Simmer's point of view, like that establishment did us wrong.
Fair enough.
And from her perspective, to the west a bit, or actually I think it's from the south a bit, looking at the compass, or the southwest, I guess. That's a safe space to get a view of our ship, as well as the people that last did us wrong. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I'm picking up what you're throwing down.
Okay.
All right, cool.
I'll just leave it there. You carry on. I tarried too much.
All right, everyone else is going to be heading towards the main gate, to where you start seeing all the soldiers kind of lining up. Just to the east, over the wall, there happens to be a little bit of a wall there now. A lot of the wall is also makeshift. Like you'll see turned over carts, some pieces of furniture used in front of the gate as some sort of a barrier of sorts. Yeah. As you make your way there, all you, can see this ominous cloud, a darkness that seems to be arising in the east and getting closer.
Oh shit, necromancer. Oh shit, and there's a ton of people around. Um, is it only the combatants that are out and about currently?
What do you mean by combatants?
It's,
Like just
people
it's
soldiers?
that
probably
are armed.
everybody.
Yeah, every militiaman right now seems to be responding to this cloud.
Okay, so Oscar would say, everyone that is not a part of the militia, get in your houses. That.
Which the alarm that was sound seems to already have done that, but you are absolutely reinforcing that, which makes people now closing their windows.
Alright,
And bar their doors, for that matter.
And Oscar's like, God damn it, they could have given me time. The egg still hasn't hatched yet. This is. Oh, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? All right. Okay. And he's just going to. Oscar's gonna sort of head to sort of like the middle of the pack, sort of deal. So he gets a view of it and he's like, okay, do not be surprised. When the if and when the undead show up. Also, everyone, your vision will probably get obscured by the smoke. Don't worry though. It only covers up to like your knees, but if you feel anything grabbing you from under that smoke, stab down at it. And Oscar's gonna try to get like a vantage point, like he's gonna try to get like up. And he's like, oh, I gotta keep the egg safe. I can't get in the mix of this right now, so I just have to stay safe. Oh, I wish I would have found a metal box or something somewhere. I forgot about the metal box. God damn it. And he's like smacking. God damn it. I should have remembered the metal box. Oh, the metal box would have been so much better. And then he's going to try to look around for the party members.
They're all generally near you. Cal, you make your way through the front gate, and you see this fog roll on the floor. Sunlight cut out, even though it's probably high noon at this point. Blocking all sunlight in this area, like a stormy day without the rain. No wind, just a quiet. You kind of hear a whisper in the air. It seems to sound very not good guy-esque.
Mm-hmm.
In the distance, you can't see it, unfortunately, but there's a picture on the wall. As the town's guards spread out and take places on walls and behind anything they can get for cover, and they begin to notch arrows to provide a volley. What do you do as you see this line of zombies across the field? They're still a ways away, and it's not like they're hiding, but they seem to be lurching forward. There seems to be 3 individuals behind all these lines of undead that seem to be sort of controlling them, or at least it seems like they're giving out the orders, as they also dominate quite a presence.
How many undead are we talking about?
A lot.
Like 100, 200, 1,000, million?
At least 20 to start, many of which you'll hear some of the guards on the wall. That looks like my cousin.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
the slavers were taking people killing them, and then turning them into this necromancer's legion. Yeah, good thing we stopped that, huh?
So Cal is going to yell for everybody to obviously prepare for undead. Blunt weapons will be better, but arrows are just as good. And then he's going to blow the horn.
Sure. You blow your horn. If you wish to roll, that's fine.
Yep. What was the roll again for it?
I think it was like 3d20, right?
I think it was.
Hold on, I'm looking it up now.
Yeah, sure.
10d20.
Oh, it's
10,
10d20.
What sounds like reinforcements from 104 different sounds and battle cries radiate through the area. It doesn't seem to do much in regards to the undead, but
I didn't think it would.
But the soldiers and the militia that are at the wall seem to be invigorated and get advantage on their first strikes.
Awesome. That's what I was hoping for.
Keith.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, you got this whole thing that you're staring at.
I know, I can't do anything. So I'm probably just gonna stand behind Cal because I can't really see what's coming, as you know, everyone is taller than me. So I probably can't see over the crowd of people that have gathered to fight.
Absolutely. Fate, what are you doing?
How close are the zombies?
A couple 100 feet away. They're marching slowly. This is like a high grass plains field. But as they get closer, this fog rolls in like ankle height.
All right, I'm gonna look around real quick. How many militia people do I see, and do they all have bows and everything?
They
ready to go?
all seem to have a bow ready to go. There's like 15 to your right and maybe like 15 to your left.
All right, I'm gonna pull out my bow. Let's see, 100 feet. You said?
I said a couple 100 feet.
Okay. I'm gonna put my bow ready. I'm gonna wait still. They're not close enough yet.
Absolutely. Oscar.
I'm going to pick out some of the militiamen. Hey, if you have a start a fire, get flaming arrows on. I'm gonna coat those things in oil, well, when they get a certain distance away. I think you get the point from there. Also, if you guys have any Molotov, any like things of oil and stuff like that you can toss and set aflame, just bring that over this way. Ball bearings and that stuff won't matter too much here. We don't have enough time to set it up. So yeah, just get, if you have anything similar, like a thing of oil that you can attach, put a cloth in, throw fire, and toss it, and get a fire going so we can do some flaming arrows towards them after they're covered in grease. All right, sounds good. And he's like gesturing towards the general individuals around him. Come on, go. And I don't know if this will really be terribly helpful, but it's worth a shot. And so Oscar is sort of standing like not like in the front yard, but like behind everyone, and he's going to say he's gonna get his drift globe, and he's gonna like attach the rope that's attached to like the back of him, and have it rise up like above him, sort of like a balloon, and then he's gonna say flash, and he's gonna cast daylight via the
Absolutely. Nice. You cast daylight, which draws a lot of attention to your particular location. This hooded and cloaked humanoid in the back lines, even behind the 3, let's call them lieutenants, holding a staff, raises a hand up to you, produces a green flame, and you hear whispering in your head, chanting in a necromantic tongue. As you hear the chanting, your hand, your left hand in particular, gets heavy, and almost as if you're holding on to 150 pounds in one hand, you feel your hand being driven to the floor. As you pull to fight back, you see flashes of a face. This face is recognizable to you. And it happens sporadically, right? So it's like flash, flash. And it seems to be rocking in your head, almost like you're taking psychic damage. Almost, you're not taking psychic damage, but that's what it feels like. You feel like your brain.
Like I'm getting like an instant migraine.
Correct, but it pulsates, right? Like boom, boom, and it's painful and very awkward. And like I said, you see the face of a recognizable feature.
Now, does the face look like me, or does the face look like the necromancer dude we met before?
The face looks like you. And every flash, it grows emaciated and more emaciated and more emaciated until it's turned into almost a full skeleton. The skeleton that's adorned in robes and chains, blue glowing eyes. Sorry, not blue. Yeah, like an orangey green kind of eyes. What I meant to say, I apologize. But the features look just like you, except the hair is just slightly different.
This is some invitation to your higher power. You join your group. Fuck off.
You feel your ring getting even heavier. And then you look in the flash, and this figure kind of holds its hand in front of you as if he's trying to grab you as these flashes keep on happening, and it's missing a finger.
Well, I'm sure as fuck glad I didn't cut this thing off. Shit. See, Senra, you were wrong. I knew it. I fucking knew it. You were all wrong. I would have died. You stupid idiots.
You hear Cal. Worm, worm, worm. First volley flies out, and like a cloud of thorns just fly out, about to hit its target. And that's where we're going to call our session for tonight, guys.
Nice.
Shit, where was I?
You're in the dock still.
Yeah, you're missing all the fun.
Fair.
You almost got me killed. You all almost got me killed.
I didn't get you killed for shit.
You're already trying to get killed.
I'm not trying to get killed. I'm trying
All
to
you know.
It says the fucker with the necromancy ring.
Yeah, after you became undead, they could have taken off that ring to give to somebody else to turn them into an undead slave.
Everyone here has voiced their opinion in opposition. So
I would have turned into a lich if I took this thing off.
Would you have? Maybe you still will. And just give the ring to somebody else.
It's okay, Blues Clues. We believe you.
All right,
Next
guys.
session's going to be interesting.
Oh yeah, we're probably going to start off with a pretty big battle, and I mean pretty big battle.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
Many of these zombies are they seem to have farmhand kind of, clothing on them. Probably from the farms out east.
Yeah, Senra had the wrong assumption. Maybe not, but she didn't act quick enough, if anything.
All right, guys, I'm going to kill the stream here real quick, and then we'll have our wrap-up off-stream. For those watching all night, thank you for watching. Same time tomorrow.
Was there even anyone?
Oh, yeah, there's 3 people consistently the whole night.
Oh shit. I mean, what could have been me?
I hope we were
What the fuck are
entertaining.
my tabs?
Stream